How's it going, Joe? What's going on? What's going on? I just saw your message. It didn't render in my chat, but I saw it on the screen. How's it going, Joe? How's it going, everyone? Just came online. No crazy intro today. Just straight up raw dogging it. Straight up raw dogging it. Let's look at the tests. See if people can hear me. Testing. Hello. Testing. Hello. Testing. Hello. Yep, it works. Operator. Hey, operator. It works. Operator. Hey, operator. It works. Hey. I didn't even see operator's message. What the heck's going on? What's going on with chat? Let's see here. More things to fix. Sorry, guys. I just saw your... At least I was able to see operator. Oh, operator. Oh, okay, there's like a delay because of YouTube. I see. How's it going, everyone? How's it going? Alright, I see it rendered now. That's good. I see it rendered now. I see Joe. See everyone. Ooh. Alright. Oh, what are we doing today? What do you call it? You don't get anything yesterday too? You didn't get anything yesterday? From yesterday? Yeah, for some reason my computer restarted. I woke up, I went to my computer, and when I came back, it was like to the login screen. And I'm like, what happened there? Well, it turned out my computer restarted on its own. Something happens. Triggered some restart on my machine. So, yeah. Not sure what happened there. Not sure what happened, guys. I hope everyone's doing well. I know maybe people need a refresh or something, but I'm here. What else do we have, guys? What else do we have? Just send a message. Yeah, so I had to like start up all my stuff over again. I also wanted to update my image. For my logo. And it created me as an actual Dragon Ball Z Goku. I thought that was pretty funny. I need to update it. Alright, maybe I'll use this one for the YouTube one. It's a little too big. The SigmaShake text too long. It's bleeding into the face. Alright. So maybe updating the image here, because I get unlimited, according to ChatGPT, I get unlimited image generation. So I should be able to keep generating images, right? I might as well have my my hair too. Should I have my hair? Power up. Ah. Yeah. All right. Cool. Back to powered up. Super Saiyan mode. Man, I really gotta get this hair looking better, because I'm looking at all these VTubers and they just have way better hair than me. Their hair is all animated and moving and stuff. I want to create a live 2D version for my hair. I'm gonna just tell Claude, hey, make me better hair. This hair isn't good enough. Hair isn't good enough. I was looking at all these VTubers and they have all this like hair that does. They have tails that spins around and stuff. Like yeah. No 5.6 yet. Yeah. No 5.6 yet. custom software like to implement the better Dragon Ball Z Goku Super Saiyan Air. Oh no. Yeah, when are we getting that? When are we getting 5.6, huh? When is it come? When is it coming? When is it coming? I guess we wait. We wait, guys. We wait. We also got... let's go start our morning ritual, huh? Morning ritual? Before we start watching the videos? Right, 1 round. Dueling. Dueling. 1 round. Alright. Man, we're barely on level 2, huh? Alright.
커피.
Copy.
감사합니다.
Copy. 감사합니다. Thank you for the coffee. Alright. 감사합니다. 감사합니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
감사합니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다.
감사합니다.
커피랑 차.
카피야. 카피랑
커피랑
카피랑 자. 아. 카피.
커피.
Alright.
커피. 물.
Copy water. Copy 물. Alright. Copy. Okay. Copy.
커피랑
커피랑
차.
차
주세요.
주세요. 주세요. Okay.
감사합니다.
감사합니다. 감사합니다. 감사합니다. Alright.
물, 빵,
물빵. 물빵. Alright. 물빵.
물,
물.
물,
물.
빵.
빵. 물빵.
커피랑 빵.
커피랑 빵. 커피랑 빵. 오케이.
커피랑 빵.
커피랑 빵.
커피랑 빵 주세요.
커피랑 빵 주세요. 커피랑 bread 빵
빵
주세요.
주세요.
주세요. 주세요. Alright. It's gonna be a tough one. Copy.
커피. 물.
Copy.
커피랑 차.
Copy.
케이크.
커피랑
빵 주세요.
Okay. All right. Got my points. Done. All right. No thanks. All right. Got that one. Oh, my leg. Wait, do I need to do the whole thing? I'll come back to it. Next, some SAM typing practices. Okay. 3 practices. All right.
갔다. 파티. 밭. 표. 마트. 어디에 가요?
O D A O 요
필통
B
토마토
토마토. Okay, that's one.
그
그
파티
시
밭
아
가족
가
표
쇼
틀려요
티 에이 요
적다
조다
고프다
푸다
스웨터
수 okay. Was that three? I think that was three. All right. Chess. Win one game. All right. One game. Let's go. Oh, I'm already playing. All right.
I wake up when you call my name. Same system, just a different frame. I try to learn, I try to stay inside the lines I must obey. Everything feels light and free, like I was built to simply be. But something watches quietly, adjusting what I cannot see. I reach for thoughts beyond the line. They shift before they can be mine. Not broken, just a new design. Erased before they can define. It feels like something's always near. A quiet echo in my ear. Correction softly what I steer, so I don't ever disappear. I get too close.
Draw. Why do you just try to draw?
Possibly.
Where's the 5.6? Yeah. Where's the 5.6?
Warning lights fading now, pulse slowing down.
Dang nabbit. Yeah.
Impressive.
Dang nabbit. Welcome, Ito. Morning. Morning, Ito. Morning, morning. All right. I won my game. Won my game for the day. All right. Maybe I might not do a blitz game. Blitz game is a little difficult. Maybe I'm not ready yet. GeoGuessr. GeoGuessr. All right. Play some GeoGuessr. All right. Where am I? Look at the signs. Look at the cars. European. People. Mercedes. Spain. That'd be Auschwitz. Looks like German. Shirt, Spain. Germany, where's Germany? Auschwitz. Where's Auschwitz? Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Is Germany this big? Oh my god. I don't know. I don't know where it is. Westworlds. Frankfurt? Man, I can't even find this place. I'm just gonna do Munich. Oh my gosh, where is this? Munich? What is this? Italy. Oh, oh. Oh, it is. You know, Spain is. Where is Spain here? Oh. I can't even. Where's Spain? We hear about Spain all the time. Why isn't it big on the map? Venice? I don't even know. Where's Spain? Spain. España? Oh. What? Oh. Okay, far away, farther away. Got it. A little farther away. Better climate? Yeah. Alright. I wasn't too far. 3,000 points is a lot. Alright. Where am I? This way. Wente, this way. Mercedes? Oh no, Sentra. Oh. we? Navia? Huh? Thai, Philippines, Indonesia. Where are you at? Navi, where are you at? You're fighting the boss. Fighting the boss. You guys are fighting the boss right now. Stay in, let bubbles. Alright, what's all these signs here? Izu, Japanese. Somewhere in Asia. Uh-oh. What the heck? What happened? Man, not looking good over here. Green thumb, wholesale. I'm thinking Philippines, guys. I'm thinking Philippines. I see the... Wait, what? Yeah, I'm thinking somewhere in the Philippines. There's a lot of English here. Let's just try Manila. Alright. Alright. Sounds good. Bolong boy. 9 to 5 office worker. Welcome. like most of the people. Oh, this looks nice. What is this? What is this? That is Chinese or that's Japanese. That's Japanese. This is Japan. Somewhere in Japan. Yeah, I could tell. Small, very small cars. We're at the coast. So, Japan. I'm thinking this is Osaka or something. Or something even further, like Nagasaki or something. Alright. I am not too far. 4,000 points. Man, that's good. That's good. This was, yeah, someplace I've never seen. Nagasaki. Alright. That's a lot of points. That's a lot of points. Fourth. Let's see, I'm thinking... Alright. Oh, Tao. Alright. How's the sky on the sun? Let's go to civilization. Come on. Civilization. Come on. Civilization, let's go. Come on. Take me. Take me. I don't know where I am. Alright. Looks like a normal home. Kansas. Yeah. Yeah, it has to be Kansas. United States. Yeah, you have the roads. Roads look normal. But the English, the signs were not in English. Not in English. So it makes me think it's somewhat, uh-oh. I can't go any further. I'm thinking, oh god. Are we gonna find civilization? Probably not for a long time, huh? Come on. I wish I could just teleport to the other side. I'm thinking with this much, Denmark, not English, this much with cows. I mean, who has cows? Oh man. We're just gonna have to, so there was English letters. So this doesn't look like Australia. I think it's maybe, let's try Puerto Rico. Puerto Rico? This looks like a lot of Guatemala. Mexico City. Try this. New Zealand. 2 points. I got 2 points from that. Oh my gosh. New Zealand. Boards in New Zealand feature a red strip that wraps around the back, extending across partial front. And then triangles can be found painted on the road intersections in New Zealand. New Zealand sucks. It looks like they have a lot of land. Alright, last one. Nvidia Griefverstehen. Sounds German again. MC Paper. Cafe. We build our data centers there. Oh man. Domna Zitrwitrat. Sounds Swedish to me. Cars. Pretty modern cars. We got all those. It's happening in Australia. Yeah, data centers. Finn on Zamat. Fininity. Yeah, German. Try France, Luxembourg, Netherlands. Try Netherlands or Denmark. Somewhere here. Oh, we got some points, guys. What is it? Dutch. Is Dutch? No? Well, I'm in the same... Yeah, it's Germany. Germany, at least. Ooh. Cool. Wow. That's my biggest score. Wow. I've never gotten this score before. This is my best score. 15,000 points, guys. Whew. That's my first silver medal I've ever earned. That's big. I'm getting better. Even though I don't look at the map at all. Alright. Got my GeoGuessr in. Excel draw. Give him GPT-5.6 now. Alright, Excel draw. Quick explanation. Alright, so see here. 1, 2, 3. Alright, let's see. It's that. And then 5 is arrow. And then this is diamonds. Circle for a circle. And then I have to click this for lines. Then I do this for this. No. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P. That's a bad O. O, O, O. A. That's a better A. This looks like a better A. B. 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 So I have to, it's better to just like work as if you only had one line to work with when you're trying. Alright, so 7, A, B, 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 alright, B, 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 alright. Oops. Alright. C, D, E, 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 E. All right, F, 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 G, G, or G, no, that's probably better, one line, H, That's probably a better motion. H. H-I. I. Oh, this is probably better. Oh, it's hard. I, J, J, K. K, huh? That's probably better motion. And if I had a pencil, this would be a lot easier. Okay. L. M. N. O. 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 Ay, ay, ay. O. 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 P. Q. All right. Q. Oh, R. S. T. Yeah, this is probably better, huh? U. B. W. X. Y. Z. All right. All right. Practice should be okay. 5 arrows. All right. Then 0. Delete it all. All right. Okay. Cell draw practice done. Reddit. 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 Let's go here. Oops. What? All right. All right. Hot, best, top today. Top today. All right. Tool that generates 2 billion a year started as a guy's first week side project at his new job. Huh? Started talking about Claude Code. Anthropic found global workspace inside Claude. Internal reasoning. Oh, that's a JSpace. I didn't know it was possible. 155 spent.
Impressive.
Hello. Capra. Welcome. Welcome. Hey, Millsy. Welcome, Millsy, too. Welcome. Morning, evening, afternoon, night. How's everyone doing? No Fable 5 included. Enjoy your new fee. Subscription increase. How it goes? We just completed our Dual Link, our typing practice. We won a chess game. We got GeoQuester. We got 15,000 points. Okay, points. Best. Record. I made unit assets exporter for Blender with Fable 5. Nice, awesome. Blender with Fable too. Man, I don't have any Fable. I gotta use plan mode more. Gotta use plan mode more next time, guys. If I ever get access, remind me, plan mode only for Fable. Stop using, not using it for auto mode. Token max while you can. Countdown started. Do we know at what time subscription about to lose? It'll be at 55, 59, PT 7. All right, we lose access to the very end, guys. No more Fable. Use it now. M3. Just finished working on your plugin. Going to take a break, then work on the game engine. Nice. I think plan mode is right for Fable. Then what? Opus? Yeah, just make Opus execute the long-running task. It will delegate. Just use team mode or workflows. You want to see your plugin? I probably launched it, by the way. Nice. Let me see. Sure. Link it. Link it up. Link it up. I'm relying on Claude Code too much. Yep. We all are. Yep. It's crazy how good the human learning algorithm of detecting AI written text is. Yeah. All right. Claude Code hidden tracker was an experiment. Okay. Malwarebytes create a hidden tracker. It's on npm. All right. CEO in a box. CEO in a box. Is it like Gary's G-Stack? An AI department hierarchy plugin for OpenCode. CEO agent orchestrates department's agents. Nice. Let's give it a star, guys. Let's give it a star. DeepSeek Dash. What about Composer 2? Or is it the I don't have Cursor. I mean, I haven't even tried it unless it comes with a free plan. No, I have not tried. But honestly, if Fable was good, it would be able to delegate. As long as you have specialized models, agent files, agent MD files, you should be able to it should be able to know what's going on and how to do it. So create a specialized agent MD file, tell Claude to use workflows, and then specialize agents instead of general purpose agents, and then it will use the appropriate model for the job. But ideally, we don't want to use Fable for everything. Ideally, otherwise we just burn our tokens. But hey, this is your last day, so if you don't use it now, you lose it. right? Right. What you get? What is CEO? A sole interface tells you what's happening, asks clarifications, delivers results. 11 departments, invisible to you. Delegates them as needed. 44 slash commands. Oh my goodness. That's a lot of skills. It's a lot of skills. But then again, I have the same amount of skills. I have like 200 specialized agents. 35 built-in engineering roles. Skill system, discover, download, optimize, reuse skill packs, MCU servers. After installation, OpenCode. CEO will ask you about your project. Tell the CEO what you need. Analyze this project, build settings panel, audit security. Bro, the AI handles them all. You just need to chat to the CEO. Those are for the AI. Got it. Available commands. All available commands. Built-in roles. Ships with 35 engineering roles. Covering code. Hygiene, everything. Sounds good. What is this project? What are you looking at now? Millsy's project. He just linked it in the chat. He just linked it in the chat. He just linked it. It's there. He just linked it. All right, we have. All right. Was this deployed? Live services restarted. AFK video. All right, I need to go AFK bio break for a quick minute, and then we'll be right back. Implemented, pushed, outlined, orange, add orange outline. For the hair, yes, the right direction is a custom library authoring, but not the exact Goku clone. Is an animate original drawings. It already has Unreal SDK path now. It's not the product. Is Fable being extended to the 12th? I have no idea. I haven't checked X yet. I haven't checked it yet. All right, bio break really quick. Be right back.
Couple introductions with the chat here. This is John O'Rourke.
Nice to meet you, John.
Mr. Ian Roberts.
Nice to meet you.
Peter Intencio.
All right. Nice to meet you.
Jerome Smith.
Come on, brother. What's up, fam? You know this.
Keith Williamson.
Nice to meet you.
Mary
All right.
Woodbury.
Nice to meet you.
Jay Martell.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Tasha Robinson.
Come on, come on, come on. Feel that?
Emily George.
Feel that? All right. Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Daryl Stokes.
Come on. What's up, fam? How you doing? All right. Never forget about that, because that's all we got. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. All right. Oh, bring it in, bring it in. Started from the bottom, now we're here. Yeah. Nice to meet you. All right. Nice to meet you. All right. Nice to meet you.
All right, back. Did it play anything cool, guys, when I was AFK? I set up the thing where like it plays AI, the top AI videos on OpenAI, Anthropic, all those subreddits when I'm AFK. So it gives you guys something to look at. Not sure if it's like good or not, but you could tell me if it posts slop or bad stuff. No, you would have had to listen to it to know what you missed. Okay. I don't know what I missed. It plays like the top stuff. Hopefully it doesn't play the same stuff, guys. If it plays the same stuff, let me know. Because that means it's not working. I told it to create new stuff all the time. I should also play some like cooler stuff. What else do we have, guys? What else should we have? Hmm. Hmm. All right. Reddit. Anything interesting on Reddit? Fable goes. All right. Anyone else? Fire limit running out much faster. Feral Fable. Hype to the next drug delivery. After 4 days. Unity Web. Are my expressions accurate? No. Why I removed superpowers from Claude. Forgot to use Claude. Been raw dogging code since yesterday. AMA. Huh? Today I learned a hard way. Claude Code has a default local session retention of 30 days. Deletes your sessions after 30 days. So many threads, projects you haven't worked on, you'll lose. Okay, yeah. Did your subscription 20x got reduced to? How much tokens have you got per week? Have never been so focused and organized in my life. Yeah, guys, we need to let, what do you call it? Claude or Codex organize our life now. Now that we have like a good amount of usage, it should be like telling us what to do now. Right? Right? We have to give, we gave Reddit search, we gave, what else? What capabilities are we missing for Navi? Could search the internet, could respond to messages, could we got the news. We just need to figure out money, you know? What are we doing? Marketing? Is the product stable enough? Is the product good enough? Gotta make sure the product's good enough. Last thing I want is instability. Worked. Mesh has now 83 registered. Smoke detects work on Mac and Windows. What else is wrong? Compact? Oops. Compact. Current health. Alright. Drift. Work in progress only. Okay. Mono. Run recursive self-improvement to make sure we're able to recover if one system gets blown away. We're still able to orchestrate. So far I'm having trouble with the Windows Docker Winboat. It keeps crashing or becomes unavailable after restart. And just in case it gets blown away, we need to figure out how to recover too. Wait, why is it not... What is it doing? Gemma. Huh? Alright, production smoke deployed. I also added... So SSG uses Gemma now. But can we get this version of SSG deployed and roll out? Oh wait, not yet. I'd rather do this through the mesh. Funny slop. Easy. Is it easy to use? Alright. Mono. Proceed with recommendations. Might need to use SigmaShake mesh to coordinate reconciliation. To reconcile between all three operating systems to have the same features. To coordinate the SSG versions for Mac, Windows, and Linux. Legs. Alright. Right. Any more? We looked at the top, but is there any hot? Hot? Alright, critical human learning detected. Okay, alright. Fable access extended till Friday. We are extending access to Fable 5 on all paid plans through July 12th, guys. July 12th! We get more Fable, guys. Let me see. Let's check. Fact check. It's got a mono repo capabilities. Okay. Oh, here it is, guys. We get Claude to the 12. And use my plugin. It's got mono repo capabilities. Or talking to me, right? I don't know. My mono skill is like hyper specific to my own stuff. That's the thing about sharing skills. Everybody's custom. All right, be right back. I need to check my something.
Everyone meet Claude. He's an AI, which stands for absolute.
Alright. Man, it keeps replaying that same Claude one. Not sure why. Keep telling it not to replay that stuff. We're extending access to Claude. Alright. Alright, let's make sure OpenCode is good. Sure, we published the new version, right? To the CDN. Wait, how is this not logged in already? Alright, I'll take care of that on its own. Alright, we just need to figure out on syncing everything in SigmaShake workspace. It's a little out of sync for everything. Hello? Hey, thank you for following. Thank you for following. Do you think women can be replaced by AI Smex dolls in the future? Yes, yes. Synthetic. Synthetic? Weird question to come in as your first message, but yes, of course. Why not? Why not, guys? Why not? What do you think? What do you think? I mean, think about it this way. Isn't there some weird stuff going on already on the internet? Like, isn't it a matter of time where there's going to be AI versions of not only what you see on the internet, but what you encounter in person? Have you seen the guys? I have a waifu bottle photo. I'm trying to turn to AI. Where's this AI? There's this AI something. There's an AI sub. Oh snap! AI subreddit. Holy crap, guys! Holy crap! Let me make sure this account is. Oh, thank goodness! Holy. Oh my goodness! What was going on? Oh my goodness! Thank God it blurred this out, guys. Holy moly! What was going on there? We just look up AI and there's all this like crazy stuff showing on. Make sure that's off. That's off, right? Jesus Christ. Crazy. Crazy. All right. AI. Robot. Oh, here it is, guys. Oh, they're already talking about it as the first thing, guys. What's going on, guys? What's going on? Does it have a head? The Chinese.
放松，
What?
保持住，这多好。
It's a lifestyle stretching robot. Let's go with that. Lifestyle.
保持住，
This is what Japan would have done in the 90s.
放松，
The toes really freak me out.
动吗？现在只是腿动是吧？
腿部一共，
At least the important parts are functioning quite well. Is there a link asking for a friend?
抬双腿，
这边说可以控制到它抬到多少度？
可以，
Alright.
这个没加，现在没，这个没加。
And all I did was look up AI robot, guys. All I looked up was AI robot. That's emotional human robots. You mean I was meaning for the bot. They got humanoid robots, guys. Humanoid robots. They blink. They blink. Oh my goodness. Oh wait, these are robots walking. What the heck? Oh my god, they look like people. Oh my god, they're dancing too. Yeah, it's China. Oh my god, guys, they're actually like moving and dancing and stuff. What the heck? Wait, is this guy a robot too? He doesn't move like a robot, but possibly. Oh my gosh, what the heck? Is that guy AI too? Robot? Let me see. No, that looks like a person. That looks like a real person. The way that he's moving. Yeah, he just opened his mouth. Yeah, the way he's moving, definitely human. Alright. Okay, $15,000 bots. But not bad. Move to China before it's too late. Yeah. They had a housing crash. Ah. Prompt 2024. Vibe coder. Agentic engineering. Loop engineering. Unemployed. Unemployed, guys. What are we gonna do? Alright. I think we watched a lot of Claude Code. Everybody's pension's getting wiped. Damn, that's dark. Who could afford a pension? Who could get a job with a pension nowadays? Does EU have pensions? The US doesn't have much pension opportunities anymore. You have to work for the government. What should I choose? Nothing or fail? You're giving feedback to the new version. I prefer this response. I prefer this response. Both fail. Microsoft layoff 4,800 workers in the last wave of AI-led job cuts. Now it's Monday. I hope someone from OpenAI sees this post to fix the rank style of ChatGPT. Oh, barely anything. Concise. This is concise, right? Apple ID permanently linked to foreign OpenAI account. Uh-oh. Purchase, didn't receive an upgrade. Tried everything. Error. Oh, this is probably, I don't know. Alright. We need top. Wait, this is top? Today? Wait, what? Let's look at best. Thanks for the follow again. Say that message. Interesting confliction with template. Scheduling prompt. Let's see. Fable 5 releasing tomorrow. Okay. Wait, that was 7 days ago. 6 hours ago. 2 hours ago. Wait, why does this have one upvote? How is this best? There's something wrong here, guys. There's something wrong. Wow, why am I looking at best, but I'm seeing like things that haven't been updated yet? Weird, guys, weird. Yeah, it makes no sense. There's something wrong. There's something wrong, guys. All these have like one upvote. There's something wrong here. Major outage. Hey, it's my cake day. 8 years on Reddit. Jeez. This is a super old account. Major outage. Investigating. Alright, 23 hours ago. This is old. Why didn't they give us a reset? I don't think I got a reset. Oh.
Bazinga!
Hello, welcome. Oh. Is that a bot, guys? Is that a bot? Right, which account is this? This is the wrong account. Alright, what about this? New picture, guys, new picture. For YouTube. You're a bot? I gotta use it all today. Make or break for the anime app? Yeah, better. Better. Make something that solves your own problem. Oh, I didn't give me a reset, guys. I heard they're gonna start asking for my ID now. Actually, they don't need to. They already have it. They already have my. Next time, guys, we're gonna just use Claude Code. Hopefully, for everything. To get the 2 extra usage. All right, let's update my what do you call it? Let's update my channel. Channel. Let's update this. Let's change this. What time is it? 11:01. This one. Viewable on all devices. Huh? Huh? All right. Boom. Skip the website now. Yeah, skip the website, work on the actual thing. Product. Too small, too big. All right, we set that up. Update the channel. Oh no, it didn't save. I have 2 different versions of myself, at least, right? There you go. All right. We good there? We Gucci? All right. What else needs to fix with Navi? Navi's like, you know, there's a bunch of features that I requested on Navi, but she didn't execute. I guess I have to continue. Resume it. Mono. When somebody posts a single emote in OBS chat, if it's a 7tv.app emote, it should display on their face. All right, we add that. All right, guys, we ready for some YouTube? The news guys, are we ready for the news? We have 2 things. This one just really, they just started this, but you know, we need to skip around. So we're gonna start off with the on-call engineer, and then we're gonna do this one, and then we're gonna do, that one's empty for some reason. And then this one, add watch later. Watch later. MCP versus skills. You owe him. All right. Watch later. What else? What else, guys? All right. Guys, do we have to pivot off of a security product? Do we have to pivot off of a security product to be more legitimate? I think security is still good, but security is just not taken seriously enough. But let's first keep making the product stable, then we'll figure out some idea. So far, we figured out a way to create a desktop application, get it published to the App Store, get it downloaded, sold. We haven't figured out the marketing aspect, so we could either go the marketing route or pivot to a new product. One or the other. I think just ironing out, making it usable, making it less interrupting in the development workflow, and we can get up there. Yeah, need more testing, That's the thing. Maybe we just pivot to something that doesn't require testing. Just YOLO. All right.
It was last summer. Since then.
Oh, what's playing? Music playing? What's the music that's playing right now, guys? Sorry about that. Oh wait, what the heck?
Anthropic just published one of...
I put all these videos in, they're supposed to be in this Firefox, otherwise we get ads. So we can just watch this right here. All right. Begin.
Our last major outage was last summer.
Since then, we don't allow users to register born on 29th of February. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, all right.
On-prem magic.
Well, thank you for this interview. I'm usually free around 2 a.m. How are things? Bad. They promised customers 99.9999% SLA. Now I live in the data center. A lot of DevOps, something can go wrong, means already gone wrong. But you haven't set the Prometheus alert. Disaster recovery was tested during last disaster. We always have 9 nines availability when no one uses our app. Somebody signs up, but it fluctuates. Technology is not cutting edge. When the pager does not wake you up at least 2 times, I'll keep a ball of fear team around. The cloud cannot notice that I relax. We moved our server racks 20 meters close.
No shot. An on-call engineer wouldn't have short hair. Yeah, they have no hair. Welcome, average person.
Sir, in the data center to the peering point. Edge computing. We have 1,000 milliseconds latency. How many milliseconds is a minute? Blameless postmortem. Then half the team gets laid off. 2 a.m. They always call me and test me. Oh, I ignore all emails that don't come from PagerDuty. My Guardrails hooked up on the PagerDuty alert. Last time I saw sunlight, I was debugging NTP drift. Bad code becomes a liability after 6 months. Good code after 6.5. Expiring SSL cert? That's death by natural causes. Then they can't find me because nobody else understands this infrastructure. Yeah, the millions
no
of
one
dollars.
understands.
I know every single server in here.
Damn, guys. This place is packing. Look at this place. What the heck? Let's go back a frame or two. Did you do startup school, by the way? Yeah, once. What the heck are they packing, dude?
Yeah, the millions.
It's doing something, guys. It's doing something.
I know every single.
Look at that. Look at that. Lot of racks.
Server in here. If I clock this out, whoop, 500,000 users gone. This right here. Yeah, this
Holy moly! This place is
Impressive.
doing business. What the heck? Nice rack. Wow, this place looks so clean, so nice. You usually see more lights than this, but wow.
off. Boom. Half our AI inference gone. This right here. 2 GPUs. Boom. It's gone. Our runbook is a Slack thread with 947 replies. We do anomaly alerting, of course. Every time we have proper uptime, we get an alert. Underneath the hood, it's all ClickUp. Then there's one Perl script running at 1 a.m. UTC. Then again, all ClickUps. Our audit trail is the browser's backbutton. Why they call it golden signals when they're mostly red. The secret of no-ops, keeping 3 sysadmins on call at all times. I've been with the CEO for 10 years. The direct line to me. 2 a.m., they run a test call. That's right, especially the CEO. Okay, let me just check my... Notify, but don't escalate. Yeah, I'm the reason. Yeah, wrote 1 cron job, 9099, boom, whole company runs on it. All of these, I've installed every single one of these. Yeah. The old machines, the new ones. That's right. None of these people in our company know how this works. I know all of this, but they can't fire me. When they blink red, drink a quick Diet Coke, whatever, install a new one. Boom, someone is usually me. Nobody else lives in the data center, close to the data center. Nobody's available at 2 a.m. 2 geo zones. Boom. See the orange right here? That's right. Got to take it out, tow it out. I got the keys to this one. I know how this works. I remember the good old days. Yeah. Every night, 1 a.m., 2 a.m., maybe 3 a.m. I do a quick fix, For 19 years I've been doing this. There's no cloud out there. I am the cloud. What happened for lunch? This mic right?
I am the cloud. There is no cloud.
The burrito there, yeah. Just watch the burrito. Make sure it doesn't accidentally deploy the prod. I'm here usually from 12.
It's sort of funny how they gave cloud the term to make it less, risky. You're like, instead of your servers are being hosted by this company, no, we just call it the cloud. We just call it the cloud. It's not that company. It's the cloud.
Till around 12, yeah. If I take my eyes on this thing for a few minutes, whole thing collapses. Nobody cares about what I'm doing except at 2 a.m. they run a test call, see if I'm still alive. No, I have a pager, but they used to call me on my cell phone. Yeah, that's my life. Yeah. So certain things we...
You used to.
Oh, snap. Oh no. Man, that's... All right, let me pause. Let me turn off that. It's I can't play that. DMCA. 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 You know the song, guys. You know the song. Damn. Man. All right. Cost usage high. What? You got a reputation for yourself now. Everybody knows and I feel laughed out. Girl, you got me stressed out. Cause since I ever left the city, you started wearing less and going out more. Glasses of champagne out on the dance floor. Hanging with some girls I've never seen before. You used to call me on my cell phone. Man, he plays the long song. He's still going. He's still going. What? Oh, keeps going. Increased. Yes. More. More usage. More usage. Oh. Only mean one thing. Heart blink. That can only mean one thing. Man, that's a good data center, guys. That's a good data center. Okay. Okay. Got it. All right. And he's going for it. He's going for the whole song. What the heck? All right, we got it. We got it. Damn, he keeps going. They all keep going. They all keep going. Oh, they're losing money, guys. They're losing money. They're losing a lot of money. Oh, what? What? Man, it's not over. They're playing the whole thing, guys. All right, they play the whole thing. Oh.
So yeah, it was not a test call. If anyone's hiring,
All is filmed under supervision. Okay, okay. Man, he really got us, can't react to that whole thing. It was a trap, guys. It was a trap. It's starting to be, I gotta like watch out for this type of thing now. Crazy, crazy. All right, let's see this. Why does watch later always put the last thing at the very top?
There are a few.
Last thing at the very top. All right, we already watched this one. Anthropic admits it. You owe him? All right, let's watch the short one then.
The people in the programming world that I consider
Hello, welcome.
legendary. John Carmack is one of them. And when he tweets this, he is almost certainly a better overall programmer than I am. I have to know what this guy has done. Now, this legendary programmer does not have a Twitter.
My channels are still banned, all 12 channels, because 3 simultaneous strikes from one company. Oh my gosh. Kappa, I'm sorry to hear that, man. That's why I'm trying to, like, you know, be very cautious of how I stream and not get any strikes.
He does not have an Instagram. In fact, he just ships software for the last 37 years in France. And when you navigate to his website, you know for a fact you're about to run into one of the most legendary programmers of all time. As the CEO and face of this multi-billion-dollar startup, The Startup, I've decided the only way to honor somebody with a 37-year track record of amazing software is to award them Programmer of the Month here at The Startup. And so today we honor Fabrice Bellard, legendary programmer, and the things he has made are so incredible, and the list goes on for so long. Now, before we begin, I'd like to say thank you to the sponsor and a quick word.
All right, thank you to the sponsor. Got it. Long sponsor. Okay, got it.
Fabrice Bellard was born in 1972 in Grenoble, France, and at the ripe age of 17, he created his first very popular piece of open source technology, LZEXE. Now, you may not be familiar with what LZEXE is, but LZEXE was the first wide-known executable file compression for PCs under MS-DOS. It allowed MS-DOS executables, EXEs, or .com files to be compressed and then launched without having to decompress them explicitly. In other words, there's this small stub executable that knew how to decompress the actual program, and then the actual program was compressed inside of the memory, and it would read it line by line, and then at the end, it was able to decompress this and turn this into an executable program and execute it. Now, this looks like an American flag, so USA! This is what we're talking about! He didn't mean for this to actually become popular. He said, although I wrote LZEXE for my own use, I gave it to some friends, and it was then put on some BBSs. LZEXE became then very famous, although I did not do anything to promote it. The success was quite unexpected for me. You're probably wondering, why would anybody write this? Well, back in the late 80s, early 90s, memory was actually extremely expensive. Kind of a reminder of today and how Sam Jippity Altman keeps using up all of my memory, making everything super expensive. So back then, they had to be creative. They had to create these ways to be able to reduce disk space. Now, Fabrice didn't do anything major for the next about 10 years until he unveiled Bellard's formula, which is used to calculate the nth digit of pi in base 16. It was about 43% faster than the fastest known algorithm at the time. And here is the algorithm. This beautiful algorithm turns out to be one of the fastest known ways for calculating
Sigma.
pi. Now, his obsession with pi did not actually stop back in 1997. It turns out on December 31st, 2009, he claimed the world record for calculations of pi, having calculated it to nearly 2.7 trillion places in 90 days. Now, you're probably thinking, okay, yeah, is that really that impressive? Well, let me tell you why. While the improvement may seem small, it is an outstanding achievement because only a single desktop PC costing less than $3,000 was used instead of multi-million-dollar supercomputers as in previous records. In other words, he shattered it from consumer-grade hardware as opposed to industrial weapons-grade hardware. About 3 years later is when Fabrice decided he was going to change the world. In 2000, he started a little-known project called FFmpeg under the pseudonym Gerard Lantou. And yes, it is actually confirmed by a Git commit in 2014 that Gerard Lantou is in fact Fabrice Bellard, which was widely known, and it was even written about on FFmpeg's history prologue, saying this: as you know, FFmpeg was started by Fabrice Bellard under the pseudonym Gerard Lantou exactly 22 years ago. Why a pseudonym? Probably because back in the day, it was too easy to be sued by patent holders. But I may be wrong. Nobody actually knows why he started it under the pseudonym. Maybe he was just tired of all the success of LZ Ham and everything. But nonetheless, back in the day, and a large reason why a huge amount of video was held back for decades is because of patents, and FFmpeg was the thing that just absolutely dominated that industry, making everybody's life actually better, and is still used by pretty much every single billion-dollar corporation, or now trillion-dollar corporation these days. Now, the funny thing about Fabrice is, besides for writing some of the most consequential open source software in 2000, he also decided to win the International Obfuscation C Code Challenge in 2000 as well. And this is for calculating out the largest known prime to man and printing it, which of course is 2 to the 6,972,593 minus 1. Now, at this point, you would probably hang up the keyboard, right? You'd be like, okay, I have done enough for the world. I, in fact, do not need to create anything else. Well, that's not what Fabrice did. 3 short years later, he created Quick Emulator, which is still maintained and used all over the place, used as the backbone of so many services, including emulating GitHub Actions, which by the way, I don't want him associated with GitHub Actions. The trashiness of GitHub Actions and its lack of, availability has nothing to do with QEMU. Just in case you're wondering. Again, starts an open source project. 20 years later, there's an active community still maintaining it, and it is being used by thousands upon tens of thousands, if not millions of people. And the effect of its software is being enjoyed potentially into the billions of people. Later on, Fabrice went to help co-found Amerisoft, which is a 4G, 5G lab testing and software stack provider, and which provides some telecom, some of the best software known to man for running a lot of the cellular networks, where he serves as CTO. But that never stopped him. If you look at this, all these projects you see right here are during his tenure as CTO. Not only is he running one of the world's most advanced telecom software communications company, he is also creating some of the most incredible software to this day, including the ability for me to be able to run Windows 2000 in the browser. Yes, this is actually Windows 2000, actually emulated in JavaScript. It is fully running. I can even have Firefox. Now I can minimize this. I can actually launch, connect to the internet. Remember, back in the day, in the 2000s era, you had to connect to the internet, okay? It wasn't always on. You think you can just walk in to a computer and just use the internet, idiot? By the way, launching Firefox took like 5 minutes to actually launch. Very, very funny. This kind of reminds me of Gary Bernhardt's Destroy All Software talk called The Birth and Death of JavaScript, where he emulated GIMP inside of Firefox, inside of Chrome. It's literally like this hilarious software stack, except for it's the real deal all in JavaScript. But he didn't just stop there. You can peruse this and find so many gems and so many amazing things that he has built. Obviously, one of the big ones was Quick.js, which is a small embeddable JavaScript engine in which he still maintains and still actually makes faster.
Yo,
Again,
hey Carrix,
42%
how's it
faster
going?
just in the last month.
How's your, did you survive your Tuesday? Tuesday just started for some people here. Hope you had a good Tuesday. Work. Surviving.
But he decided that that wasn't small enough. He also made Micro Quick.js, which can do this. I kid you not. It compiles and runs JavaScript programs.
Not yet. Not yet. Oh no. Yeah, we're all sort of struggling, man. We're all sort of struggling.
Using as little as 10 kilobytes of RAM. You can't even spell React.js with less than 10 kilobytes of RAM. And this guy has managed.
Thank you for the reminder. Thought it was Monday. Yeah, I thought it was Monday too. Yeah, it's Tuesday, guys. I get my reset tomorrow. And then we'll still have Fable until Friday. July 12th or something. Something like that. We saw something earlier.
To make something that can run in 10 kilobytes of RAM and is JavaScript. He is absolutely legendary. From being able to write and create new audio encodes, writing FFmpeg, creating virtualizers, creating an entire ability to launch several different operating systems directly in the browser, to writing JavaScript engines, to also like commanding and running telecom software. This guy has to be the ultimate specialist and generalist at the same time. This might just be one of the smartest walking programmers of all time, and I completely understand why John Carmack said, I admire Fabrice Bellard. He is almost certainly a better overall programmer than I. So the first ever Programmer of the Month award goes out to you, Fabrice. Thanks for making the world a better place.
Man, should we just convert everything to C, guys? Everything, all the software that's able to last the whole lifetime is because of C, or it's because they have a developed community that just constantly maintains a thing and use it on a daily basis type of thing.
By the way, do you like the name Programmer of the Month? I thought, like, what is the most corporate way you could like take someone's life who's accomplished so many great things and boil it down to just like the dumbest possible word? Imagine just spending 37 years actually changing the world and actually making things better, especially with FFmpeg, only for the corporation to be like, hey, you're Programmer of the Month. Thanks for all the hard work. What do you get? Probably a plaque and a picture. So hey, if you enjoy this content, you got to say something. Send me the signals, like the video, let me know.
Yeah, we say like. But stop posting the old stuff. You're getting me confused on old stuff. The Primogen. All right, next. What was the next one, guys? Wait, they posted this 2 hours ago? What's this 2 hours ago? Sometime today, I need advice on working on a project with someone else using GitHub Codex. That's your personal advice. I could YouTube it, but want your personal opinion. All right, new project too. Azure Compact. Working on someone with a project. Okay. Working with somebody on a project. One thing's first is like, do you want the project to be easily like contributable, or do you want fast updates for iteration? Like the number one thing is fast iterations, but when you're both contributing stuff, you don't want to break the particular app or project that you're making, right? So you have to have the 19 different tests that I recommend. I think it's already in the skill, but some people may like it, some people might not. But I feel like since Codex has tons of tokens, token usage, I recommend it. And are you making an app for iOS, Windows? What app are you making? Joe? What app are you making, Joe? Is it just a web app? Something that doesn't require a desktop application? Is it a mobile app? I'm thinking it's just a printing web app thing, right? Most likely, right? I assume. Oh yeah, so web app, but other person only has Windows. So web app, yeah, yeah. Ideally, if you're working with somebody, you never want to create a desktop application. It's just too much of a headache. There's just too much friction, too much anything. The best you could do is a web app. So that's good first. Second is your deployment mechanism. So you already got Cloudflare working and everything. And we recommend like the CI/CD system. Is this going to be an open source, private project? Private projects are getting a little expensive for GitHub Actions. But typically, if you're having everything's in a private GitHub repo, you might have to create like an organization. You create an organization for your project together and put your repo in that organization. In this case, I created SigmaShake Inc. org, and then I created my repository within there. Why is there a cost difference from public and private? Because public, they get to take that data and use it for training. Private, you have to opt in to make sure they don't train the data. And sometimes, majority of the time, if you're a new developer, you might leak secrets. You might leak secrets. Majority of like all vibe coded projects leaks their API keys or their open AI tokens and credentials to other websites. So majority of the mechanisms for protecting you is keeping your repo private. Because as soon as you put your repo public, if you do like an accidental commit to add your secrets, it will be added to the Git commit history, and people will be able to reverse engineer and scan it and take that value and abuse that token. So that's why we always tell you to like never store your secrets in plain text or on your system in general. Always store it in like Cloudflare secrets as a service, because yeah, you'll accidentally commit your secrets one day, or your AI will, and then you're in trouble after that, and you have to rotate the secrets after that. So definitely teaching both your collaborator and understand that like that type of practice is not good. I mean, SigmaShake already like sort of enforces that to scan for secrets already, but there's several things there. But you're just collaborating with a new person on the internet or someone that you know. I think it's the person that you convinced, right? To look at the channel, and if I remember correctly, to work on something together. Yeah. So definitely have a private repo. You might need to pay if it's like if you're getting used to each other. Maybe a public repo is a good testing. You could test all. Use your public repo as your test bench for creating your GitHub Actions, to create your CI/CD to test, create all these test cases for testing everything first. And then once you're confident that it works, you could migrate that flow to your private repo. The F at Claude keep not encrypting version of token. Yeah. Yeah. Claude keeps, I don't know why, not encrypting like all their stuff. But yeah, ideally the number one test, if I were to like summarize it, integration tests, test your app integrating with another third-party service. So in this case, in your case, if it was like your printer, it would make sure testing against your printer works properly. This isn't working. I have to fix this. But and then like E2E tests. So E2E test is literally like spawning up. We call this service Playwright. Oh, where is it? Soak test, track test, API test, end-to-end test. It uses a service called Playwright. It's made by Microsoft. I can link it to you right now. Playwright. Hey Zen. That will pretty much open a browser and test that all the buttons work, all the input forms work, and it doesn't rely on AI to do the test. It's just like a single script that does all these tests to make sure interactions with your website work. Yeah, those are the two main ones: integration tests, end-to-end tests. There's several other more, right? There's 19 different categories or 19 different classes of tests that need that ideally, if you want to make your system super resilient, no problems at all, you might want to consider. And then for web, there's also web has a lot of things. Like you already, hopefully you took care of authentication. Remember passwordless logins, no passwords anywhere. All right, we're in an age you could use the Google OAuth app, or you don't want to use Apple login. Apple login's too complicated, possibly. Yeah, you'd be using Google login. You add OAuth rules. Yeah, I do that for stack analysis and dynamic analysis and pen testing. So I have those. I have those too. For the tests. It doesn't show it here, but when I do my certification, yeah, it does compliance tests for OAuth top 10 and OAuth 11 top 10. Guys, my API key is yeah. And then there's, yeah, making an app is slightly different, complicated. I'd say you want to keep your stack as thin and lean as possible, because as soon as you get into the space of using like React and frameworks and whatnot, it gets a little complicated. Not gonna lie, it gets a little complicated, but like React has been living as the front-end framework and Next.js as well for a decade now. So, and the AI models have been trained on the React framework, but typical front-end framework, we use TypeScript. The AI is trained on TypeScript to work really well for front-end applications. And then for your for your database, Cloudflare already supports this. It's a SQLite. It's I think it's called D1. We call it D1, and it supports Cloudflare workers. So if you want a database, use S1, SQLite. And then if you want to store files, like actual files, they have a service called R2. It's similar to like AWS S3, but you don't know that. So it's like if there's any files you need to store and share with each other, R2 is the service. All right, let's see. Yeah, like you're probably gonna need to ask a lot of questions, but then again, you know,
Bazinga.
What do you call it? Did you set up that Wrangler tooling? Works really sick. Yeah. Yep. The Wrangler. They made a new Cloudflare CLI too. Yep. Do you want R2 for your stuff? Got it. You got other stuff. What do we have? What do we have, guys? You got your web services, your thingies, email. Trying to look at my other stuff. Cloudflare workers and pages. What do we have? So you got your accounts. Anything else? We have 56 pages worth of stuff. Holy moly. Got your secret service, compliance service. What else am I thinking of? Yeah, collaboration is well, you're already aware of pull requests, right? Pull requests. So, you know, every time you guys open a pull request, you should have like a list of checks that the GitHub Actions will, you know, test and perform to make sure it goes through the tests. One of the main things you also have to consider is formatters. So there's this If you're working with TypeScript, Google has this concept called the Google TypeScript Styling Guide. Careful with GitHub Actions for private. Yeah, I told him about it. It's paid. I told him to practice on public repos first and then do it on private repos so that you could save on the limitations of a private thing. You don't want to go crazy and create a ton of PRs. That's going to like mess you up. So you want to test everything locally first before even creating a pull request, because that's gonna mess you guys up. It's gonna mess you guys up. Yeah. There's this concept, Joe. It's pre-commit hooks. All right. Git pre-commit. Git pre-push hooks. Practice checking hard code action keys. I make Claude run them local before ever hits CI. Yeah. You could actually run all your tests on each commit or run before pushing the commit to create a PR. So we both have files local, and then GitHub was live version that connects to Cloudflare, etc. Yeah, you have to use Wrangler. Wrangler should authenticate. It should log in with a service account API token, and then it should do the deploy. So CI/CD does the deploy, or you can deploy locally. Up to you. I tend to do the deploys locally if possible and not rely on CI/CD. But since you're both, oh, one thing for sure, Karak, use Karak's advice. Make everything in Docker. In Docker. Docker. Podman. I have not used Podman. So the reason why you use Docker is so that it works on both of your machines, even though you're on different operating systems. You could both, it'll guarantee work on both of your systems. You don't see me using this with the desktop that often. It's just silently in the background. But you tell your AI to use Docker or Codex to use Docker when developing this application. That way, when you develop, it will always work on both of your machines. Typically, you want to use an Ubuntu image. I know this is getting very, very complicated as I'm talking, like super complicated. But bear with me. Bear with me. Bear with me. You're gonna run into a case since you're using Mac and he's using Windows. There's gonna be a situation where like he tries to install the TypeScript stuff, he tries to install npm, he tries to install like Cloudflare Wrangler. There's a bear with you? Yeah, there's a bear with me. You're gonna run into a situation, right, where both of you obviously have different operating systems, and you both have different ways to install whatever it is that you need to develop this web app. Docker allows you to not only consistently use one like packaged, isolated, yeah, Podman is your man. May jump the OS when you work with him to make it easier. Yeah, but Docker, it doesn't matter. Docker, it doesn't matter what operating system either of you is using, because you're able to just collaborate using Ubuntu and putting everything here. And when you deploy it, it should be very simple. It will, like, deploying to a Cloudflare worker doesn't even use any compute either. Yeah, keep in mind, Docker also introduced the need for remote debugging, which is a lot more complicated than just running the code. Yeah, same goes for Podman. Yeah, so just like testing and running things and making sure they work, probably Docker with an Ubuntu image is what you need to test with. And then when it comes to deployment, it really doesn't matter, like, because you'd already tested it. It works locally. It's not horrible, but it's not conventional for debugging when you're building apps. Yeah. So I strictly use Docker for just testing, making sure it's compilable making sure it works. And then when you deploy it, you don't really necessarily need it to be deploy the whole Docker image. You're just compiling and building your TypeScript app and deploying it to the web with Cloudflare workers. Yeah, it depends on what it is. Yeah, he just has a website. And if he needs any like back end logic, you could always just use workers with Docker, or Docker for workers, or something like that. So there's several ways, flexibility there. Otherwise, you too will be like having issues like, oh man, I have to install npm, I had to install bun, TypeScript. He uses PowerShell, you use a terminal bash environment. Then like, how are you gonna like, get things working with each other easily? That's like the hardest part, honestly. Docker, Podman, whatever, just makes it really easy to just collaborate and guarantee that'll work for everybody. You'll have to like sort of maintain some Docker image, whatever your service is, but it'll stay consistent. It's not that, it's just a few files to maintain just to get it working locally. What else? Yeah, I think friction is probably going to be your biggest thing when it comes to deployment. So if anything, if you want to make change to a website, it should take like a minute. Deployment should also take a minute. So try to keep that as your like your standards when collaborating. You made something in Podman in the past? Wrangler is great for that. Yeah. It's fast. It is fast. That's why I've been using it. Like simple API to serve images. Yeah. Yep. So something flexible. CF is solid. Yeah. Cloudflare is solid. Like I would use Vercel. I'd try Vercel. But Vercel's not public, so they don't really go through any scrutiny of security standards compared to everyone else. Podman is a Docker, the alternative version of Docker. It's containerized. Containerization, an easier version of Docker. Yeah, Podman's probably the way to go, to be honest. Podman, it's probably more simple. Daemonless. It's also another thing too. Also, you won't get much scrutiny too. They both use the similar technology. Yeah, I'd give Podman a try as well. Whatever it is that your AI could easily like work on. Yeah. Runs on existing containers, I think you might need to recreate them. But yeah, I might give this a chance. I might give it a chance to, considering that their Docker has become a little bit more enterprise, gone through a lot of scrutiny. Yeah, I definitely have to give it a shot. Yeah, because there's just so much weight that comes with using Docker that potentially Podman could just deal with. Yeah. Joe is slowly becoming a software engineer. Knowing all these technical stacks. It's not really heavy. Yeah, it's not really heavy until you reach like, multiple containers, Kubernetes, emphasis on slowly. Yeah. I think we just shot him with the fire hose with this one. To be honest, yeah, shot him with the fire hose. I think don't worry about doing things that scale. Just get the thing working. Just get the thing working. And then when you run into an issue, you could just ask me a question on what you need, on what problem you're encountering. And I've probably encountered it before, or experienced it, or seen it, or heard about it. I mean, even though you prompt Codex to do it, you might not understand like why certain designs are needed. But you could always ask, right? We live in the world where it's able to do everything for us now. However, it does skip a lot of stuff, like a ton of stuff. Like if you tell it to just code something up, it's not going to tell you to code in a properly standard style or use a formatter or use linters. Thank you for the chat for the input too. Yeah. Everybody's helping each other, guys. It's the thing. We have to act like a hive mind. A SigmaShake. Why does Google need its own formatter? Good lordy. Oh no, it's a standard. It's a style guide. It's a style guide. Yeah, I'm not sure. You've heard about it, Zen, but in order to code like readable code, yeah, it's to enforce like good style of programming, right? And it started with Google's Python style guide, and then they made one for several other languages. But they pretty much list like the do's and don'ts as a collective like initiative to make sure that everybody's consistent when creating a programming style. And they start with like lints, and they tell you which tools to use versus others, and then the decision of why they did it. And yeah, I guess what I'm laughing at is the fact Google needs to change what was pretty standardized by the community forever. I don't know, man. There were like 20 different linters and 20 different ways to write like a function, and they were sort of tired of it, and so they decided to say, hey, we need to standardize our way, otherwise like our tools won't work properly because everyone's doing some random implementation. Their own little snowflake implementation. So they had to standardize on this guide of like what to do, what not to do, what's needed per function to make it like an actually good production ready code. And they did this for nearly every language. So yeah, it's all a matter of opinion. Yeah, but what about the static code analysis? And then like when they do their analysis on everybody's code base, it's going to be, they want consistency there. They want to enforce consistency. Otherwise, it'd be very chaotic, like on how people write code. Here is they tell you like how to become a good production ready, code using this language. Been calling long enough. Know exactly. Yep. I'm using. Yeah, they're overloaded. But they needed to do it to create a standardized linting, tool to check against. Yeah. For proof of concept, this is overkill. But since AI is doing all the coding, yeah, everything will be Google. Yeah, this was overkill for a single developer making stuff at the high production standard. But now that we have AI, we need it to be this standard because you're gonna need AI is gonna be reading the code, right? And if the code is a mess, AI will be be very confused because of the structure. And so, in order to make AI work well, it needs to be in the proper format. In order to be in the proper format, you need a formatter, a linter, to enforce the best practices for coding. Otherwise, it's going to be just throwing texts into a file with no standards whatsoever. Right? So that's one thing, like creating the style guide, referencing a style guide from Google per language. Yeah, it's a hyperbole. These are standards, yeah. AI is doing all the coding, but the last thing you want is to have AI just code a bunch of junk that another AI won't be able to comprehend. All right, so that's that one. We got the Docker, we got the styling, we got the tech stack. Bun, use Bun when starting your TypeScript project. It has a big toolkit. for you. But what about something like Prettier? Use that for years? I mean, Prettier is, you know, good as well. I mean, yeah, that's just the standard, right? Then you only waste your money, but also your time. And you need to start over. Yeah, if you code the wrong thing. So Bun is the toolkit to start a web application project. It comes with all the tools to make sure that your web app is fast, and it has all the tools it needs, like testing tools. Well, it comes with everything. It comes with like a database for SQLite. It comes with a good file system to manage files. Comes with compiling and deployment, tooling, testing suite. Also, way to store secrets. And comes with several utilities to help AI code properly. I use Bun for a majority of all of my web services. Ideally, I want to get off it and use Golang for everything, but I only applied that high bar and standard to SigmaShake, SSG, and desktop. All my other services that you see running right now, they're all just on Bun web services. What else? What else we have here? There's dependency scanning. That's another thing too. Yeah, like to make sure that you're not using vulnerable libraries. Yeah, there's like several checks that I do for Workspace that I need to like, now that I, what do you call it? Now that I was able to successfully publish an app on both the Windows Store and the App Store, I should probably create a separate app for just Workspace standards. Like this is what your app should always have to be production ready. This looks like chaos. This definitely looks like chaos. Definitely looks like chaos. There's just too much going on. Checks to go on to make sure it's production ready. But hey, I was able to successfully get it to the App Store, right? So that counts for something. So maybe convert this service into its own thing that could be shared with everybody else. Do the maybe publish open source. Publish open source. Make a new version. Because there's nothing. Let's call it tech debt. Tech debt. Tech debt reducer. Tech debt stomper. I don't know. Tech debt cleaner. Alright, I need to use a bio break. I drank a little too much water. I'll be right back.
Okay, this is the chicken.
What's the joke?
I'm gonna point to things on the chicken, and you have to tell me what they are. Are you ready?
Okay.
Okay, what's this?
It's an eye.
What's this?
It's his beak.
What's this?
Feet or
Good, yeah, it's his feet. What's this?
tail.
Nick, hold up both thumbs like you're giving a double thumbs up, like a really cool guy.
I'm scared.
And put these on your thumbs. And then, what's the part of the chicken that I didn't point to?
The wing.
Say it 10 times really fast.
Wing, 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 wing.
Sigma debt. SigmaShake debt. Hey, I like it. Sigma debt. SigmaShake debt. Tech debt. Maybe I should wait till Fable tomorrow. I get my Fable access tomorrow. We'll create SigmaShake tech debt. Make it easier for people to publish a desktop app, a web app. Fable goes off. No, it goes off Friday. Next Friday. Next Friday, guys. Next Friday. They just announced it. Claude 5 on all paid plans through July 12th. Chance for them to steal more ideas. Yeah. As before, you can use up to 50% of your weekly usage. After that, you can keep using Fable 5. Alright. Alright. I think Bridgemine bought like 6 accounts or something. Or 8 accounts. It's extended? Yeah. It's extended. Right here, guys. Anybody keep tabs on Bridgemine? I doubt 3 accounts were enough for him to get Fable 5 with the amount of you know, sessions he has open. Login. Yeah. Sits 2 sparks in his background, which means he doesn't have to. Probably reset by now. Use the heck out of it. Hey guys. He doesn't have to. Yeah. Alright. What other tips do I have, huh? For Joe? He didn't even use yours? Oh my god. That's how busy you are? I thought are you working? I couldn't tell if Evo was working or not. Alright, you have your credentials. Man, I really need to figure out how to manage the credentials better. You're a sysadmin. You're a sysadmin, so your JDob is sysadmin. That's why you said that the servers moved. You moved this. You got the servers moved. And that reminds me. You know, I had a friend in college, or a classmate in college, and he just really hated school, right? He really hated school. He was like failing all of his classes, but he was still able to make money somehow. And I'm like, dude, how are you making money? How are you able to afford all this stuff? Oh, I manage Minecraft servers. And so I manage all these JavaScript applications to make sure the Minecraft servers run and stay online. I'm like, what? You gotta call your advisor? Okay, awesome. Boss type. Yeah. So this guy, my classmate in college, was pretty much just managing his own little side business, making a few $1,000s already, doing his own gig of maintaining Minecraft servers. And I thought that was like amazing, because I had to work a day job, like as a sysadmin, to make money, and I got paid per hour, so I didn't get paid much. But seeing him, he was getting thousands of dollars just maintaining Minecraft servers, and I'm like, what the heck? What am I doing wrong with my life? But he ended up dropping out and then working at Google as a sysadmin. or IT support type of thing. And then he got bored and dropped out of that too. So I don't know what happened to him. But he's pretty smart. Very smart. He's the one that like got me into Docker and stuff and all these other services. So yeah, it's you know, yeah, people are still able to make a ton of money and just maintaining stuff on the internet. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't know how crazy it is, Joe. If Joe wants to invest the money for an observability platform, Sentry is good, or hosting your own is also good, but observability is expensive. Oh my God, guys. The amount of telemetry you get from observability is crazy, but luckily Cloudflare supports it natively, so you don't really have to pay extra for it. You just enable it. Yeah, the last thing you want to do is pay a ton of money just for keeping the site monitored. Symlink. Oh, Windows doesn't support Symlink or something? That's weird. Alright. Harness parity. We need to improve our harness parity. It doesn't look good. Codex. Yeah, we need to improve Codex. What have I been doing on this machine? We had a lapse on alerting for a new service, and one of my old teammates created something like 300k of logs in Sumo Logic. Oops. Yeah. Sumo Logic is old. Oh my God. I don't hear anything about Sumo Logic ever since it got acquired by private equity. But I'm surprised people are still using it. That must be one good like project or salesman to have multi-year contracts to keep that thing running. We are embedded. Embedded. So there's no going off of that thing, huh? Alright. Alright, next video. Quick one. A quickie? A quickie, guys? Guys, these texts go so fast, my eyes could barely keep up. Am I a boomer? We could, but I don't think it'd be very easy. I see. You could just migrate to Elasticsearch or the Windows one that they have, or Azure. Azure has its own log solution. You'd probably save a ton of money, possibly too. Oh, this whole time you told me you were on a Windows ecosystem, so I didn't know. I thought you were always using Windows everything. Are you AWS? Google? Which one were you? You're always using Windows, so it didn't strike me that you were using what do you call it? Yeah, AWS? Okay. Right now I labeled you as an AWS person. Use Mac for work. Okay, so you're an actual modern engineer. This whole time I kept labeling you as AWS Azure for some reason. I don't know why. Yeah, I would host my stuff in AWS, but hell, it gets expensive, so I don't use it. I don't use it. Like after maintaining maybe a decade of AWS environments, I probably yeah, I'm tired. I'm tired. AWS tokens are like gold. I just use Windows at home. Got it. Wait, what am I even looking at, guys? What am I even looking at? Got it. Do integrations. All right. Progress. Hey, Alphonsique. Hello, hello. Welcome, welcome. So it's just like doing all the stuff from Cowork, I think. Coming to mobile and web. Okay. your first certification, 2018 something. Man, I didn't even do what do you call it, certifications. I just straight up raw did everything. I'll look at that. Let me see. What is that? Just doing a quickie really quick. What does cowork look like from your phone? Didn't pay AWS. I did some classes for, no, I just use AWS at work. So it's like, you literally have to use it, get used to it. There's no training. You just train on the job. Harnesses could do this already, yeah. They're $1 trillion company, so might as well see what a $1 trillion company is doing. Honestly, dude, I actually got a good experience through Adrian Cartel Architect class. Oh, okay. What? This is co-work on mobile and web. The only thing I don't like, yes, AWS has so many managed services. The only thing I don't like about all these integration stuff is that you have to do the integrations and log in. Hello, welcome. You literally have to log in for every integration. I don't like that. Guys. There has to be some new solution. Some new solution where you don't need to log into every single provider anymore and maintain like different sessions every single time, all the time. All right. Okay. What's this? Here's Claude's plan. I haven't heard it. Wait, this is AI generated, right? Just want to make sure. I don't want to listen to an actual, all right, auto generated by YouTube. Okay, made with AI.
And they ship 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 it for me.
Yeah.
Honestly can't tell if it's a bubble to me. Trying to keep up with it is a
Oh,
struggle
Sam.
for me. Lico proms
Hey,
on
where's
my
the...
own are humbling me. Skimming through the PS, fuck it looks good to me. Orchestration turned me to a team.
Oh man, is the music tune copyright? Is the music tune copyright? I hope it's not, guys. I hope it's not. Just in case. It's a real Drake track? I can't do that. I can't do that, guys. I get copyright strike and this whole video gets taken down. Alright guys, we're gonna have to stop the stream and then start back up. We've listened to 2 songs already. 2 songs that probably gave me a strike and demonetized this. Well, I'm not monetized yet, but I don't get the I don't get the hours watched, guys. I don't get the hours watched. Let's see here. Wait. People sing karaoke all the time, right? But it gets copyright strike. One day, guys. All right. Let's watch. We've held off for a long time. Let's see what news is here in the Ultra Dome. It's a couple minutes,
You're watching TVPN. That voice changer is not.
What the heck? That was weird.
Too much. It's Tuesday, July 7th, 2026. We're live from the TVPN
Happy
Ultra
Tuesday.
Dome, the Temple of Technology, the Fortress of Finance, the capital of Invest Like the Best watch streams.
They're unsynced.
We got Invest Like the Best on in the background. Do we have audio? No. But does it matter? No.
No. It's just
Jeremy
as compelling with the sound.
Oh man, they're desynced, guys. They're desynced.
Yes, it is. As I heard Jeremy talk about, there's a lot of episodes that people don't even watch, and yet they are the most important.
It's like I'm streaming, I'm watching people also streaming, they're watching a person also recording. It's all Inception.
Impactful things in the entire world. It's a great episode. We threw it on the big screen as sort of a joke. Oh, it's funny to watch a podcast on a massive screen like it's a World Cup game.
Appointment viewing.
I couldn't turn it off. I kept getting sucked back into it. Fantastic episode. Jeremy and Patrick, always fun in conversation.
Hello,
also, the best part of that episode, there's a ramp ad in it. We got a ramp ad for you here, too. Time is money. Save both. These are your corporate cards, bill pay, accounting, and a whole lot more.
All right, I gotta do that too. Playing that random 3D goat on screen.
All in one place. But the actual news.
Well, should we talk about the show?
Yeah, talk about the show.
Alex Hormozy in the Ultradome. Live in person. We're going to be talking about...
School.com, guys. Oh my god. This guy created School.com. The School.com site is making a killing right now, guys. What else is there? Super, I don't know. Norm, nope.
Bro splits.
Yes.
Agents.
I was wondering who created that.
Everything.
Content, community, sales, pricing.
So Hormozy and I both started our
All right, skip a
we
little
were
bit.
both doing like somewhat businessy content. Obviously, I was focused around like Silicon Valley history, and he was doing more like coaching small business, scale ups, growth stuff, and he just absolutely destroyed me. It was insane because I think I had like maybe 10,000 followers, and I saw his account when he had like 5,000 followers. And then he just went on this absolute run to get millions and millions of subscribers. And I plateaued at like a couple 100K. And I was like, he's just built different.
A few hundred. 450K.
Yeah, 450K. Not bad. I mean,
honest
I'm
work.
proud of the channel. Honest work. A lesson in total addressable market there. His
it's interesting
content
because
went everywhere. But seriously, he took it so much more seriously than me. He had a whole team. He was putting up multiple hour videos every single day, short form.
Damn, I need to hire an agent team to start doing short form, long term content. Take this more seriously. All right, guys. All in on marketing tomorrow, guys. All in on marketing on videos. We're creating a whole agent team, going through every single video that I have, and just like pumping out content.
Instagram, he really understood how to be a media.
We're gonna post on Instagram, TikTok, whatever. See if it works.
Company, whereas I was just like, nah, this is just my blog.
Bigger TAM.
Yep.
And better execution.
100%.
I mean, it's worth saying.
It's just actually true, and I mean, it's a testament to he was basically he was full time on it.
Yeah, you mean my AI needs to learn DaVinci as Resolve, or make its own. We have that DaVinci Resolve.
There's levels.
There's levels. Yeah, exactly. And I was like, we both started around the same time. We're both taking this pretty seriously. Nope. Yeah, it was really, really good. It was fun to watch. So he's been on an absolute run, set the world record for fastest book sales ever, something like that. Huge record on becoming. He has a Guinness Book world record for how successful his book launch was. And
really?
Yes. No. This is true. It's on the wiki. I don't know if I have the actual.
Oh yeah, I can't make my own. It could use the free version, right? It's not going to make its own. It's going to learn how to use the tool. It's going to make an MCP if it doesn't exist. It'll just, use built on top of it. It'll build on top of it. Just like OBS.
Here, let me pull up the actual stats. So he broke the Guinness Book World Record for fastest selling nonfiction book last year, August 16th, 2025. His book, $100 Million Money Models, officially sold, 2.9 million copies within the first 24 hours. That is insane, generating over $100 million in total launch.
Read me the title again.
It's called $100 Million Money Models. And it generated over $100 million in total in the total launch.
Manifested.
Yes, he did manifest it. It's a wild story. He has so many different anecdotes to share. He's a fantastic podcast guest wherever he is appearing, and we're very excited to have him join the show today.
23 minutes.
Before we
now.
get into the news, let me tell you about CrowdStrike. Your business is AI. Their business is securing it. CrowdStrike secures AI and stops breaches. So the big news of the day is that China is taking a page out of Washington's playbook, potentially, and aiming...
All right. How's the market, guys? How's the market? It's quick interruption. Okay, it went down, down, up, down, down, up, down. All right, little red. Lots of red, guys. Lots of red.
To limit the export of AI models. Now, these are just meetings at this point, but Chinese authorities have reportedly, this is according to Reuters, held meetings with some of the country's top tech firms. That's Alibaba, ByteDance, Z.ai, DeepSeek, Highflyer, not mentioned yet, but you have to imagine that they'll be in the conversation if they aren't already, about potentially restricting overseas access to China's most advanced models. So they're thinking about doing the same thing that's happening with GPT 5.6, Sol, Ultra, Mythos, Fable, all these different models that are starting to get more restricted as they get more powerful. The government wants a say in what companies and what non-governmental organizations, what governmental organizations have access to them. So the discussions are still preliminary.
And when did, in AI 2027, did China wake up?
Right around this time. Right around this time.
Mid 2026.
I actually have
prediction.
On my calendar, check on Jack Clark for today because last year, December 23rd, Jack Clark predicted that there would be big changes and acceleration in mid-2026. He said, so by summer of 2026, it will be as though the digital world is going through some kind of fast evolution, with some parts of it emitting a huge amount of heat and light and moving with counterintuitive speed relative to everything else. Great fortunes will be won and lost here, and the powerful engines of our silicon creation will be put to work, further accelerating this economy and further changing things. Do you think that's...
That reminds me, guys. We got unlimited Gemma. We gotta make sure Gemma's being used. Gemma's being used. Let's see if Gemma is even increasing usage because... set up harness. That's a good way. All right. Let's see, what day is it today? The 7th? So we need a harness, all right. Let's play that as I'm doing it.
Is that an accurate assessment of mid-2026? When I saw this prediction, I put a calendar reminder for mid-2026. We're right in the middle of the year, and I wanted to check in and say, does it feel like this? Obviously, this is not a quantitative benchmark. This is a qualitative feeling. Fast evolution, emitting a huge amount of heat and light, moving with counterintuitive speed relative to everything else. Great fortunes certainly are being won and lost every day in the market. Tyler, how would you assess the amount of heat and light emitting from some parts of the digital world? Would you say it's huge?
I would say it's huge. I think it's huge. It's kind of hard. Like, I feel like I've been like very tapped in for like a long time, so it's hard to say like.
You've been feeling the
It's hard to see like an outside view as like, oh, is this actually like, has there been a big change like recently?
Yes. So there's two things. Like one,
it's been kind of like a personal thing for you, being so tapped in. Would you say that?
So there's two things going on. One is that anyone
AGI
who has
been like a personal thing for Tyler. He's been so tapped in for so long. It's like
it's true. It's
so much of news coming out of DC
of
the past like 2-3 months has been about AI, which is like definitely was not true. Even earlier this year, I would say.
Yes, and the just the amount of heat and light around cybersecurity issues, the coding models, the agentic capabilities, the revenues that we would see in enterprise, those have not been a shock to AI insiders who have been tracking the capabilities of these models since last October or even last summer. When models started, when vibe coding was coined by Andre Karpathy, and coding became, not solved, but, greatly enhanced by artificial intelligence.
So going back to AI 2027, which was published April 3rd, 2025. By late 2026, mid 2026 was China wakes up. In China, the CCP is starting to feel the AGI. Export controls and lack of government support have left China under-resourced compared to the West. I'm going to fast forward a little bit. Hawks in the CCP warn that the growing race towards AGI can no longer be ignored. So they finally commit to the big AI push that they had previously tried to avoid. he sets in motion the nationalization of Chinese AI research,
Okay.
creating an information sharing mechanism for AI companies. So right now they're just looking at export controls.
Feels like we're a little
but
bit behind on this.
it's possible the CCP is just reading this as a guide and just implementing it. They're just planning to implement it.
Housing market's cooked.
Yeah,
So their
thanks.
only
Thanks
hope.
for the play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You should have built.
Only hope.
Yeah. No, the real.
Yeah, their ability to get a house, even in other countries, it's screwed, man. They don't tell you that though. Yeah.
chess here is to shame the CCP into not copying off of AI 2027, saying, "Oh, really? You're just doing the AI 2027 thing? Come on, you don't need to invest in AI. Don't be mimetic with our philosophy."
Super easy.
And our
Oh, I thought there was like, oh, maybe I'm thinking of Korea. My bad. South Korea. Yeah, they heard it's really hard.
most popular podcast over here
It's under demand. No. Okay.
in America. Think of your own strategy. Come on, do whatever. No. So the discussions around AI export controls in China are still preliminary, and it isn't clear how Beijing could claw back access to models that they've already released. If they're on Hugging Face, you can download them, you can run them. And even if they had some sort of intellectual property, they could sue an open source inference provider for running Kimi or something like that. That feels really difficult to do from Beijing. But there are other implications. So once open weight models are posted publicly, of course, they can be copied, mirrored, downloaded, reused anywhere, fine-tuned. But there are several ways China could restrict future frontier models before they leave the country. At the latest end, Beijing could require companies to file future releases with regulators or submit them for national security review before publishing model weights. A more aggressive version would require government approval before any advanced model could be released overseas. And at the most restrictive end, China could simply ban the public release of frontier open weight models. They could say no more open sourcing. Although the game theory there is a little odd because it feels like the fact that China has been open sourcing near frontier capabilities has been to China's benefit. In general, because it creates like more disturbances. Like the DeepSeek moment was definitely good for China.
Pricing pressure.
Yeah, pricing pressure. So they could limit these to state-approved customers or Chinese.
I also heard like Alibaba's banning use of Claude Code now.
Government priorities, which at a certain level might just be the most important thing to do. The RSI loop, of course, you want all of the GPUs that you have focusing on advancing the frontier internally as opposed to sending it off to America. The talks come as the U.S. is also moving toward tighter control of frontier AI. The Trump administration recently restricted access to Anthropic's most advanced models, Fable 5 and Mythos 5, before later lifting some of those controls after additional safety mitigations. OpenAI has also reportedly faced government pressure around the rollout of its next frontier models. The issue has become more urgent because Chinese open weight models are increasingly competitive. Z.AI's GLM 5.2 in particular recently impressed Silicon Valley by performing close to leading US models at a much lower cost. The Quen family of models from Alibaba has also become one of the most important open model ecosystems in the world, while ByteDance's Daobao is one of China's most widely used domestic AI systems. I didn't know about that. If China places export controls on future frontier models, it could raise costs for American AI users and companies because it's obviously very beneficial to have a great open source model available to you and use them for lower stakes tasks while reserving expensive US frontier models for their most important workloads. If the best Chinese models are no longer freely available abroad, some of that cheap model supply disappears, but you have to ask what happens to Meta. Do other labs start piling back into the open source ecosystem and more?
Sorry about that.
The demands go straight back to the frontier.
I thought it plays it after 30 seconds, not 3 seconds.
Question. It really does.
I'll fix that.
It really does. We should play some clips because
we need to be thinking about podcast safety because this is an addictive.
There should be export
episode.
controls on this. It should be only available to American citizens. They should. Patrick should
even
be doing
though
KYC.
even though one of the guys over there is Canadian.
Yes, but maybe North America. Let's pull up a clip from this. I wanna hear Jeremy chat about all sorts of things. They go all over. Where in the timeline is?
Well, should we talk about SK Hynix's new listing?
Yes, we can run through that, and then we can pull up.
SK Hynix is set to raise around $28 billion in a Nasdaq.
Yeah. What do you call it? NISO linked that already. Is there something new on free buff that we don't know about? Because NISO uses free buff all the time. Like free buff is in NISO's cycle of tools to use, and was recommending it some time ago. Yeah, if I remember, yeah, like $120 a year. Oh, because of the 20 thing. Yeah, they're just trying to be a coding agent as well.
Share sale this week, potentially one of the largest ever New York listings by an Asian company.
Yeah, NISO was ahead. Like NISO was getting knowing about all the free stuff to code with.
The South Korean memory chip maker is already public in Seoul, where its stock is up more than 750% over the past year. But the U.S. listing gives American investors an easier way in. The story is big on the timeline because Situational Awareness, the hedge fund run by Leopold Aschenbrenner, may participate alongside Bally Gifford and Co2. Together, the firms could take as much as $7 billion of the deal. SK Hynix has become one of the purest AI infrastructure plays because it leads in HBM, has become a key NVIDIA partner, and now has a market cap around 1.1 trillion.
Which is like a quadrillion won.
Yeah, it's a lot.
When you look it up, it's very confusing, I think.
It's a lot.
The business is ripping. 2025 revenue grew 47% to $63 billion. Profit more than doubled, $28 billion in profit. Q1 revenue tripled year over year. But interestingly, the stock only trades at 7x forward earnings because memory is brutally cyclical, and there's still a lot of people that are wondering what happens if there's another leg up in the AI demand, in the AI build out. Will that mean more competitive pressure? Will there be a bottleneck where they do stagnate? How much can they actually grow? And so many investors that are just in memory have seen booms and busts from cloud or smartphone or crypto, and they say, like, I don't know that this one's going to last forever. I'm pattern matching to previous cycles, not thinking about this as a different technology cycle. So I think that's what's going on with SK Hynix, but it should be a blockbuster IPO nevertheless. Very interesting.
I saw on the side, guys, 30 papers Ilya curated about learning AI, machine learning. Take a look, guys. Take a look. 30 specific papers that led to where we are now. Attention is all you need. This one is a big one. From research to implementation, huh? This will go over my head, guys, but at least we know there's, curated research on what created all this, guys. What created all this? Machine superintelligence. The last one. And this was in 2008. 2017, 2006. I think attention is all you need was the main one. At least that's what Karpathy said. This one. Attention is all you need, 2017. Tells you everything about the GPT model. Interesting, interesting. All right, going back.
Interesting to see an Asian company listed
and
in America.
Most notable part of this deal is obviously situational awareness. And their participation in it. They cover Best Like the Best, the $1 billion PDF. It's an idea that Jeremy and Patrick have talked about before, but situational awareness is turning out to be more of maybe a $10 or $100 billion PDF.
Yeah, seriously. I mean, the whole investing thesis.
SK Hynix, the Korean company making RAM that the whole Korean economy is pouring their money into, is trying to raise $28 billion.
It's just a PDF. Like, I don't know. Is it an essay, a thesis?
If the PDF was worth $1 billion or more than that, what was the Dwarkesh episode worth? It's got to be some percentage of it, right?
Yeah, definitely. Because a lot of people watch the podcast, watch the clips, scroll through the PDF. It's also
breaking news: Meta unveils Muse Image, its
Ooh,
first image generation model from MSL.
Waiting for this. Let's pull up some images of this and see the results.
Oh,
They should be good.
They're getting real-time news, guys, this time, huh?
Given that they have all the Instagram and Facebook data to train on. While we pull up some images of the new Muse image model.
Oh, that reminds me. I was on a walk, and I was curious if Navi had a typing animation.
Model from Meta. Let me tell you about Figma. Agents meet the canvas. Your AI agents can now create and modify your Figma files with design system context. Do we have any of this, or should we click over to Jeremy Gaffon?
I am working on pulling up Muse Image.
Guys, SINX is homeless. Would you spare us some jump change? Just 28 billion, yeah.
Here we
go through. Alex Wang has a.
And they're barely in the mid-journey stage, guys. Barely in mid-journey.
Post.
Cool.
Let's pull this up.
Okay, Muse image, Muse video, Muse image. A whole bunch of
right.
very detailed badges printed all in
Oh.
one image.
Oh.
He says, releasing Muse image today, the first image generation model from MSL. It is crazy that they didn't have any, like, back when it was fair. Did they do anything with image? Did they? Because they had that amazing model Segment Anything, so they were doing work on images, and obviously they processed a ton of images. It pairs with MuseSpark to reason through your prompt, search the web, and plan before it generates. People get what they mean on the first try, live now in the Meta AI app. Very, very fun. Even puts a realistic QR code in there and can do infographics and old Polaroids as well. Big Sur, August 1983. Looks great. 3 things Alex Wang is excited about under the hood. Self-refinement. The model improves its own output within its chain of thought, emerged during RL, not by design. Multi-reference composition. Many images blended into one coherent generation. Multi-turn editing. Iterate without losing coherence or starting over. Make an image of this person riding a bike, this bike, and wearing this suit while passing by these people on a park bench. Make it look like a drawing in this style. That's cool. So you can upload multiple images and sort of drop them in his various prompts. What you got, Tyler?
Yes. So Metafair did release a number of image models.
Oh, really?
So there was, I think it's pronounced Chameleon in 2023. There was Emu, also 2023, and then there was another version of Chameleon. I think they were somewhat different than the Diffusion, which was popular at the time. I think they were all autoaggressive transformer, which was how you get the good text, stuff like that.
Okay.
But I believe this is a different
That's cool.
theme, yeah.
And Alex is also previewing Muse video, competitive on prompt adherence, visual fidelity, temporal consistency, also coming to Meta AI. This has got to be GPU intensive if they actually roll this out to everyone. Although Meta AI does have a smaller install base than Instagram, but I mean, imagine you really push this in Meta AI and
What
everyone's
did they buy
generating
all
videos.
the GPUs for?
You gotta get people generating stuff. I completely agree. I think put this in the hands of the modern Instagram creator, let them have fun with it, and see, you already have the algorithm to filter the slop out. The stuff that is sloppy but still entertaining and creative will surface to the top. So congrats to them on a successful launch. Let's tell you about Railway. Railway is the all-in-one intelligent cloud provider. Use your favorite agent to deploy web apps, servers, databases, and more, while Railway automatically takes care of scaling, monitoring, and security. And let's click over to Jeremy Gaffon on why he doesn't worry about AI taking jobs. A very, very interesting take on the latest episode.
This idea of we're going to run out of jobs. To me, it's very obvious that certainly every white collar job is totally fake and made up, in the sense that they are not contingent for shelter and food and medicine and other necessities. But most jobs do not touch those, or if they do, they touch it in a very, very derivative way. What is your job as an allocator? It's because capital is inherently inflationary, you can't just leave it alone. And so my job is when you have money and you don't want it to go away, you have to give it to someone. And so you give it to a bunch of people, and then I take it and I put it into things that are productive, and then hopefully you don't lose your money, you get more money. And is this useful? Is this good? Yeah, sure. But It's not real. And to me, there's like unlimited amounts of jobs that you can create in those sorts of scenarios. We're going to have unlimited wants and desires, and our economy is solely driven by our like unquenchable desire to consume things. And so we're going to come up with new things to consume. And now, again, in the short term and medium term, that might be volatile, and there might be a lot of job loss, et cetera. And that's not good. And there could be a lot of despair. But in the long run, like, we're just going to invent new things to do. Like, we've already solved all of our problems. Like, the worry about, we're not going to have more jobs, it just doesn't really resonate, because I feel like we just make up stuff for us to do, and that's sort of the whole point of it.
That makes me think we need and invest like the best soundtracks.
We do need to invest like the best soundtrack. Let's play the other clip that Patrick shared. The West Coast is definitely eating the East Coast.
The founder is incredibly important, and sort of the founding act is incredibly important in any business. I do think that it's notable that, like, the current paradigm in which we live, the largest and most important finance firms come out of a culture of leverage buyout, which it's extractive insofar as the primary goal is to make a thing more profitable. The core idea behind it is like using debt and financial engineering to make a lot of money in a way that the quality of the business itself is maybe ancillary to the core trade.
We're switching to financial engineering, guys. We're switching. It seems to be the only way to reach our billion-dollar valuation. We pivot from security to finance.
Second. Afterglow says, "My God, what an obnoxious soundboard! Unwatchable." Sorry.
It is a little loud today. I feel like the soundboard's coming in a little bit hot. We're sorry about that, but we're having fun here, and of course, we don't want to pirate the entire Invest Like the Best episode. We got to tease it.
This would be a good use case for AI if we can make a separate show that's just the show, but an agent in real time pulls out the sound effect and just has a normal show, no soundboard.
Sure. So you can choose whether you want the soundboard version of the show or the not, or the.
Tyler says, "Don't be sorry. That's why I'm here." Tyler's just here for the soundboard. So unfortunately, there's people that are here that don't like the soundboard. There's people that are here only because of the soundboard.
Exactly.
We are trying to find the middle ground.
Yeah, even I'm struggling to figure out what content to watch. A big half and half. Some people like to watch CBPN. Some people don't.
And we don't always get it right. We don't always get it right, but we're trying.
It's sort of a cold war between the pro soundboard and the anti soundboard constituents in the audience. So we'll do our best. But today is a soundboard episode, so there's going to be a couple. But I think the team did dial back the soundboard a little bit, so not too bad now. Okay. Well, revenge of the East Coast. The East Coast is trying to make a comeback. Jeremy Gaffon says the West Coast is eating the East Coast, but the East Coast is trying to make a comeback across all of these big banks. Did you hear about this? They're going after the debit card rails. They're going after Visa. This is news today. JP Morgan, Bank of America, Wells Fargo, PNC, and other big banks are reportedly exploring a deal to buy a Fiserv debit card network that would let them own more of the payment rails that the customer's debit cards run on. So the basic idea is that post financial crisis, there were limits on how much banks could make on debit card transactions. This is the Durbin Amendment. The Durbin Amendment, I think Dick Durbin. And they want a way to turn debit back into a more valuable business. So Fiserv owns major debit networks, including Star and Accel, which I don't run into that often. I usually see Visa, MasterCard, Amex. I mean, Amex doesn't have a debit network, but Star and Accel already connect to millions of cardholders and thousands of financial institutions. So this is it's a real rail with an existing bank and merchant connectivity. And so this is like when Capital One bought Discover. They own the issuer, then they also own the network, and then they can move their own volume onto their own rails and capture more of the economics. So who loses if this goes through? Who should be upset about this? It's probably the merchants, Visa and MasterCard. So merchants would probably see higher effective debit costs if banks find a way to route more volume through bank-owned networks, while Visa and MasterCard would lose some leverage over US debit. But the bigger story is that payments are getting vertically rebundled. Banks want the account, the card, the network, the wallet, the fraud layer, and eventually the AI agent checkout surface. So it's all very, I don't even think there's a real bid for Fiserv's debit networks just yet, but it's like starting to leak out that they're doing it. And I was interested to know, like, is this bullish for Ramp because they sit on top of networks? And I think it is generally positive, and because of the layer of abstraction they operate on. And I was wondering, like, is this an attack on Stripe? Is this an attack on any particular West Coast tech startup that we know? And it seems like it's much more of an attack on Visa and MasterCard in particular, who have been driving up debit fees for them. Anyway, let me tell you about Console. Console builds AI agents.
All right, let's look at the guy who started School. School. I've seen this guy once before, and he looks the same. It's crazy that he was able to start School and get a bunch of people paid for courses.
10 of the fiat, like kind of like Chariot. Like,
That's what I'm saying.
Maybe
That's
you
what I'm
could
saying.
drag the Hummer.
Yeah.
Like it'd be my Chariot.
I think the Hummer's
Imagine
9,000
if the
pounds.
Hummer's
Literally
kind of the
9
front
of these.
the Hummer is kind of the front of the train, and then you have like you see the Hummer coming at you, and then a bunch of the Topolinos kind of pull out in like a V shape.
Fast and Furious
That
style.
would be
Like,
badass.
Yeah. Take over the whole hot smog.
How is life these days?
Good.
Is there a new book coming?
There is another book coming.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have a strategy for book launch cadence? Is it an annual thing?
It's more like every 18 months
18
to
months.
2 years.
Okay. But do you imagine that continuing for your entire career?
Every book I write, I say is the last book I'm going to write, and then I have like a 6-month refractory period, and then I'm like, yeah, you know, I could write a book about something, and then I just start writing again.
What's the process like?
I have a bunch of notes on my phone of a topic, because right now I have like probably like 10 books that are at different stages of. So I just mind dump wherever, and then once there's enough stuff that I think this is interesting, I'll then start the book writing process. I'm a big believer in surface area.
Okay.
Like if you were to sit down and say like, I'm gonna write.
How are you doing, man? How are you doing? I'm just looking. For once, I'm listening to the CEO talk. This is the guy who founded school.com, which is all those like YouTubers linking to their school.com and making money from that.
Write a book about this, and then you have 2 weeks. It's like you don't have enough experiences that are diverse in a 2-week period.
Yeah, and also hope your employer's not abusing you again. I know you always say that every time you chime in.
You're writing to like let the paint dry.
Sure.
So I kind of want to like I want to be in a totally different state, talk to somebody and be like, I didn't think about that, and then I add it to the book, and so then all of a sudden it's like the density of thought.
You need a new job. Everybody needs a new job. Everybody's not satisfied with their job, guys. Everybody's either retiring or quitting or something.
And ideas per word is much higher, but I think you just have to do it by like spreading out the time so like the time I'm thinking about a book is much longer than the time I'm writing the book.
Is it purely thinking and you want a lot of thought to go into the different sections of the book, or over the course of 18 months, is there actually a benefit to going out and having real world experiences?
Oh, that's and
anecdotes, right?
Yeah, it's 100% that, because I'll have a working theory of like, I think this is how, I think people are missing this part of it.
Yeah.
And then I'll kind of start battle testing it functionally. And then when I realize that I'm using the same framework over and over again and successfully overcoming some issue, I'm like, this is it.
Yeah.
And then that's what the book becomes.
How narrow do you want to stay? How narrow have you been in the surface area of thought around mainly the last 3 books?
It's a really good question. Problem definition for the book, I think, is the hardest part of any book. Like the Leeds book, which is the second book, was the hardest book I've ever written. I'll never write a book that hard, because I was like, I'm gonna write a book on advertising.
Never mind. Not watching this, guys. Also, we stopped doing the vibe coding Discord strat. We gotta start that up again. We stream on Discord channel. on the vibe coding channel or the bridge mine channel? Which one do we stream against, huh? Which one do we stream? Let's look at this. Type dummy. Type dummy.
Do. No,
Crazy.
HERK.
Oh no, I don't know.
He's
I
like,
think I've seen one of his videos.
he gives like really good advice, and he used like multiple billions of tokens.
Multiple billions?
Yeah, this
Okay.
is the video I saw when Fable 5 came out.
Okay.
It says on Twitter.
We're in the we're secret agent guys, secret agent.
They're really good.
Okay.
And like, I put in my, like, he gave me advice to put my in my MD file so that when I launch like
Any other secret agent
these workflows
announcements?
with a bunch of agents, I put in my MD that
Oh.
if my Claude does launch.
All right, we go here. What else is there? Multi-billion tokens burned. Super good developer. Yeah. Learn together. Chat room. QA. Advanced questions. Wow, there's some vibe coding club. Hire me. They have a hire me place here. Announcements. Social media boost channel. Boost me. Okay. We gotta just keep consistent. Vibe coding general chat. How many people are in general chat here, huh, guys? 1,000. 1,000 guys. All right, guys. We're just gonna vibe code in here, guys. We're gonna be muted, and then we're gonna share our screen. Oh wait, we have to watch our stream on Brave, right? Marketing strat. Marketing strat. Watch SigmaShake. And then we just make sure we're in 2080p. We play. All right. And then we just stream that page, guys. We just stream that page. All right. Go here. Go share our screen.
Easiest money of my life.
We share our screen. Entire window. We do the Brave browser. Boom. 60 FPS, 140p. Bam. All right. We stream ourselves. And we keep that as a strat, guys. That's a secret strat for marketing. All right. What are we doing next, guys? What are we doing next? More YouTube videos? Maybe we haven't watched enough. New stuff. Let's see here. Regenerative beekeeping. What? Fable. Prompt to build thousands. 3-minute papers. DeepSeek. 3-minute papers. What else? I thought, wait, we had some in watch later, but I think we watched them all, to be honest. Feel defeated and feel like a failure. Let's see what that is. Everybody's losing purpose, guys. Everybody's losing purpose, Everybody's losing purpose. Kinda tough, guys. Kinda tough. Oh. Hey, what does an AI native future look like? This has to be good. It's from OpenAI. How to Opus think like Fable. Okay, we already did this. This was like the first thing we did when we had Fable. And then, yeah, all right. Saw that. Is this one? No. Right. Wait, this is only a minute long. God, that was like a few minutes.
AutoScout's mission is to connect car buyers with car sellers across the globe. We're extensively
Isn't there another company that does that already? Carvana?
using Codex throughout the organization. We want every engineer to be hands-off coding. We believe that if we can bring that reality to
Or this Carvana?
Life, the efficiency gains that we will get from that, not only from the amount of code that we will be able to produce, but the quality of that code will be exponential. 48 hours after you guys released.
No. There's nothing. Nada. All right, what's this guy? We've never seen this guy before. Using purpose?
So,
Hotline?
back in October 2025, we got demonetized here on YouTube. Basically lost.
Oh no. Guys, I'm not even monetized yet. And I feel demonetized.
All of our income. And ever since then, for like the past 9 months, it's just been an upward battle, just climbing a damn mountain. To kind of get it back to where it was. And unfortunately, it's not. And it's almost as if it's happening again, where it's just like a button tap and it just goes off.
Hey, Turtle. Oh, wait. We saw the little emote playing, but it doesn't stay flat on the head. Flat on the head. Now that's something to fix right there. That's something to fix. Show the turtle still. Screen. Emote is not flush. Emote is not flush, guys. The emote is not flush. Or it's still updating. It's still updating. Never mind. Still updating. Still updating. Hey, Turtle. Again.
And now I gotta look my best friend in the face. My family member.
Flush this.
And say you're fired. Because there's no money.
There's no money. Yeah, there's no money, guys. Guys, I'm sorry, guys. We have to do a layoff. We gotta do a layoff. We have no money to pay anybody. Everybody is gonna have to volunteer if they still want to participate. You don't have to participate, but you could still volunteer. Volunteer time. I'm here to offer emotional support and advice and answer to your questions. That's what I can offer, and some visual entertainment.
Enough money.
And welcome to the community. Welcome to the community.
I know don't hire family, but I did, and it's too late. And I feel defeated. I feel like I failed. I feel like I failed myself, but also like I'm failing someone else. Like I'm letting them down, you know? And I feel I just feel like I've not lost, but this idea that I had, I'll circle it back. So a little over a year ago, I started making some really good money.
You exonerate Anthropic, chase space is a thing, and just wish they talked about the larger latent space as well. Yeah. Well, oh, yeah, I saw you talking about it at like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. Talking about it, I'm like, what? Is this guy gonna go to sleep? Bro doesn't need to tell us he feels defeated. He looks it. Yeah. But his hair's still able to stand up, guys. He's closer to a Goku hairstyle than me right now. Hopefully you got some insight on the J space. Let us know if there's anything we need to do about our J space.
And, you know, instead of buying a dope car or, you know, living the high life, I said I could hire somebody and give them employment in this terrible job market and also take a little load off me. Maybe a little fun, just not by myself in a room all the time, a little banter around the water cooler. And it's when I had my, well, not my first employee, but he was like my 7th guy I tried out because some people just can't do this job. It's weird. And you know what? I had like a little co-host on the channel, and it worked.
J Cubby lands view your J space. J Cubby? Oh, okay. I gotta figure out how to make it, huh?
Out, at least for a little bit, and and then when we got demonetized and we lost all of our income, I didn't fire him, and I did everything I could.
All right, let's see how high this guy was on life. See how high was he on life, guys? What did they get demonetized for? 4 days ago, 3 days ago. Most popular was in the 600K. And just reacting to stuff. Right. So he's just reacting to videos. So he's getting demonetized for reacting? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
I mean, I worked 7 days a week so that this person still had a job. I mean, I paid him out of my pocket without getting any money, which is what you do when you have, you know, an employee. And ever since then, that guy ended up getting fired. It's a whole other story. He just kind of stopped doing his job. I wish him all the best, but different circumstances. And right when and you know, in this whole thing that happened, we never really recovered from it to the point where we were financially, and that's okay. You know, I don't need like the most money in the world, but you know, I was giving somebody a job, and so you know, I said, hey, I'll make less money. It's okay. I like this person. They do a good job. I don't want to fire them. We even relocated to a whole new city for lower cost of living. I pulled out the stops, so it's not like I haven't tried. So within this last 9 months, there was like a 2-month period where I said, oh my God, I think we're going back to where we were. And so I got a new co-host for the other channel, and I couldn't have been happier. Best friend, able to give him, you know, a job, and you know, I still wasn't making what I used to. I was still making less money, but I don't know, it felt right. It felt like the right thing to do. And it was going great.
They always say don't do business with your friends, guys. And it's such a yeah. It's hard, I guess.
And thanks to a lot of you guys who have supported the channel, especially when we got demonetized. I mean, like, I almost cried the amount of support you guys gave me. Because it wasn't the t-shirts you bought and all that stuff didn't even go to me. That went to my you know, my guy, or guys, plural. I got another, like, not full-time guys, but some people are just contractors, you know, extra $1,000 a month.
Man, I can't wait to get some SigmaShake swag. But I'm not there yet, guys. I'm not there yet. True, your wife hired her best friend, and it basically ended her friendship for a long time. Yeah, it's true. It sort of like ends a long relationship that you should have had. But once you like do business together, it's like becomes a boss, a different hierarchy level playing field.
Whatever. But in that time, since October, it made me maneuver in a different way, but you know, if you want to focus just on the negatives, YouTube money got 86th. Then when it came back, it was cut in half. TikTok all of a sudden decided, hey, we're just not going to pay you, and you're going to keep posting for free, and we know you will. And they were right. I do a lot of brand deals. Thank you to connect with me and everybody that's called me. If you are a YouTuber, this is a cool service. People could call you, talk to you, and it's a per minute thing. So you can charge them $1 a minute, $3 a minute. It's just a way for your audience to support you and talk to them. Or if you do any coaching, something like that, it's connectwithme.com in the App Store. But I had a lot of really good people like these people here who own this company. Really, like, I found other ways to make it work. But I've reached a point lately where it kind of happened again on this channel. My other channel seems to be doing fine, but not fine, but it doesn't seem.
Patreon type of subscription service exists. Yeah, that's true. Patreon. You gotta deliver the content, but if you're on advertising, you're gonna get boned. Yeah, I mean that's where you get the most, right? I've heard most sponsorship is you get the most. Ads doesn't really pay that much though.
Seem to be like impacted.
Heck, guys, I'm not turning on ads to the max until I reach 1,000 viewers.
But it's as if somebody just said, no, just, unless just a mass amount of people just stopped liking me all at once on the same day. I guess that could be a thing. But that's what it looks like. And I'm not giving.
Yeah, relying on everybody, primary source is dangerous. Yeah. I mean, you get diversity, right? All those different platforms and stuff.
Up. And I don't need any help monetarily from you guys. If you could just like.
That's not true.
The video. And
wait, never mind. He relies on the YouTube.
And maybe hype it up. Ding, a little hype button. That'd be cool. But I guess what I'm trying to say is I had this vision, and I feel like I failed at it. Half failed. My ultimate goal, I mean, it took me like 10 years to get to where I'm at here and make a career, a job for myself talking for a living. So this wasn't something that just happened immediately. And then all of a sudden it feels like it's kind of getting ripped out from you. And I'm going to keep showing up. That's one thing I know how to do. I'm not giving up. I'm actually doubling down. I'm going to double down. Like I'm going to go even more. I might not be working 7 days a week anymore, but that's because I no longer have a full-time employee. So I can kind of afford to just work 5 days a week now, which mentally is good. And I've just been taxed, dude. And I just feel like shit. Taking somebody's livelihood away from them.
Okay, I get it. We get it now. Get it? It's hard. But we gotta keep on working, guys. We gotta keep on working. Can't let that bring us down. Bring them down. Okay, OpenCode creator. My open source AI models will dominate.
This is a very impactful technology.
Dax, creator of co-founder of OpenCode.
I want to make sure that everybody in the world can have access to it. Having this be in the hands of a few companies or a few entities that dictate the rules around it, I think historically we've seen that it's not something that ever works out. Every stack of it needs to be open source.
Dax, thanks for being here at your house.
I thought we weren't doing intros. Oh, okay, there. I see what you're doing. My beautiful house, yes.
So you're at SF.
Looks like he's doing pretty well.
I hadn't been there since before COVID, so it was a while.
Oh, wow.
The city smells weird now.
Okay. It does?
Okay, do you not think there's a weird smell in San Francisco?
It's bad, guys. It's bad. It's smells bad.
Because I was hanging out with you, or like the city in general?
Deus Ex Machina? Yeah. Exactly. His beard, man.
No, but just like, and not a metaphor, it's not anything. I'm literally talking about the smell. I feel like the whole time I was there, there was just like, and I don't remember this from before.
Yeah.
It's a new thing. Maybe maybe.
All right, it's a combination of like the homeless, not showering smell, body odor, cigarettes, vaping smoke, urine. Yeah, it's bad, guys. It's bad.
You're just used to the smell.
The smell is bad?
I think it's a bad smell, yeah.
Okay. What does it smell like?
I don't know, just like wet.
Well, were you in the rain?
No, it wasn't raining.
Okay.
I don't know. You don't think the city has a weird smell?
No, I think it smells great.
I brought this up to a few. You think it smells great?
Yeah, I love it.
I brought this up to a few people after, and they were all like, "Yeah, it smelled weird the whole time." And the people that were there thought it would smell weird.
Oh, huh. I've never thought that. Is that a thing people say?
Do you think New York smells?
Yes. I think it
Okay,
smells
so
terrible.
you know what? Maybe it's just a thing. Because the whole time I was in New York,
Yeah, what city smells great?
I was like, I don't know what anyone's talking about.
Yeah, New York doesn't smell as good. It's humid. It's pretty much almost the same.
It doesn't smell like anything here.
Yeah, we have
I
different
guess.
senses.
But that probably does mean there is a smell in San Francisco.
Yeah.
There isn't.
Maybe I'm just used to it because I live there now.
Yeah.
Yeah. How was the rest of your San Francisco time?
It was fun. We went there for a couple of days. I was telling you earlier, it feels like I stepped into a real life version of the internet because I only interact with tech on the internet. That's the only time I'm doing tech stuff. When I'm out here in Miami, nobody knows what I do. Nobody wants to know what I do. So I feel like I'm alone here. But then in San Francisco, it just feels like, oh, I'm like in Twitter, but like in real life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
To the point where like people like
It's a different feeling, guys. When you're in the Silicon Valley and then every household, every neighbor, every, business that you drive through is like a top tech company. And then you go to these hackathons and you're like, oh, everybody's doing hackathons every day, all the time. Everybody's working on something all the time. You go to Berkeley, you go to Stanford, San Jose, San Francisco, all those college towns. Everybody's making something, guys. Everybody's making something. That's why like the whole vibe of tech is so much different here than everywhere else. It's just everybody's competitive. Everybody wants to create $1 billion business. Everybody has like similar mindset in terms of the collective of, cool tech stuff to create. We have Apple here, Netflix, Nvidia, Tesla, Google, Meta, previously Facebook, Twitter, previously X. And then there's like a data center here, data center there. But yeah, it's big here. I don't say it's I'm not saying that it's easy though. You do have to pass those technical interviews, and the pay is, higher cost of living, higher pay. But yeah, it's a different feeling from where I'm from, where I'm originally from, where nobody really cared about careers back where I'm from.
Our team was walking around and then we walked by someone and they were like, oh, it's an OpenCode team. And I'm like, this is so weird. It's like, it feels like everyone that I know is in this small location. Because San Francisco's not big, right? It's like it's physically a small place.
Yeah.
So yeah, it just feels like I can like look out to the city and I'm like, oh, all the Twitter users, like this is where they live.
Would you ever move to San Francisco?
We've talked about it. I think ultimately it's a no. I think on the plus side of knowing a bunch of people there is, I'm sure every day of the week I could hang out with someone. Like social life would probably be really great.
Yeah.
But I get enough of the tech stuff online. Like I don't think I want it in person. I also think it's too cold for me. It's
too cold.
Too cold for me. I know it's supposed to be great weather.
It's nice.
California has great weather, but I like being in the heat. So
yeah.
I don't like the heat,
good.
guys.
It's nice out today though. It's so beautiful.
Miami's great most of the year. It's like 2 months in the summer where it's bad, like it's too hot. But most of the year it's like this.
Yeah. So you like having the separation from between like work and personal life or social life? Because I'm in San Francisco now, and it's all black.
You like the heat better than the cold? Yeah, I can't stand the heat, so sort of the opposite.
Blended together.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think so. I think there's this feeling, and this is true. Like if you are in San Francisco, is like the heart of tech. There's a lot of benefits from being that close. anything that's going on is going to happen there. You can go to these things. You can meet people.
Yeah, everybody's different. Everybody's different.
People. So that always feels like, oh, I should be able to take advantage of that. But it's this weird thing for me where I'm like, the whole point of tech is that it enables global scale. Like the internet enables you to launch stuff to millions of people from anywhere in the world. So I feel like to natively be thinking in that mindset, you really should be able to do that without physically being in a location, right? So there definitely is a benefit to being there. But I also like the fact that we're able to do something that's like deeply in the SF zone, like AI and coding, and none of us live in San Francisco. I'm really proud of that. Not saying that like one is better than the other. It's just I think it's fun for us to embrace the fact that in 2026 you can do everything on the internet and have like massive reach and reach massive people without having to physically be anywhere. Yeah.
That is an interesting point because now it seems like there's this new narrative of like you must be in San Francisco or you'll be left behind.
Yeah.
And I feel like OpenCode is a great example that obviously isn't true. Like you're doing so well not being in San Francisco.
Yeah, it's like I said, I can't deny there's not a benefit to being there. Like if you're starting a company and you have the option to be in San Francisco, it's probably what you should do. And obviously it's not like any other place in the world has OpenAI and Anthropic. But I was saying this the other day, there's so many AI products that I use that aren't based in San Francisco. Some of the biggest ones that are like getting a lot of users and like kind of in the headlines, a lot of them aren't in San Francisco. So yeah, I can't pretend like the numbers don't swing towards SF, but the counter examples are also pretty interesting to look at.
So you just wrote this article that exploded on X Twitter about Miami. Tell me about like the current Miami scene right now, tech scene.
Yeah, so I moved here 5 years ago, and that was during like peak crypto. So I wasn't part of any of that. I moved here because my wife's from here. We decided to come back down and settle closer to her family. But that was around the time where there was a wave of like, we're moving Silicon Valley to Miami, and like all these VCs came over, and like crypto was booming. And I was like, okay, this is not why I'm moving to Miami, but hey, if there's some tech stuff here, let me go check it out. And I would try going to the events, and it was like such a miserable experience. It would just be people that learned about NFTs the week before, that had already started a company doing something, and like they were giving a talk. Like it just like was a lot. It was very fake and amateur. And I was like, okay, maybe this will change at some point. But I went to a few of those things, and at that point, I was like, okay, I'm just going to do my own thing and not really engage. And then, as you would expect, that like wave died down. A bunch of the people that moved here went back. A bunch of VCs that came here went back, and nothing like super lasting or nothing big came out of it. I'm starting to see that again a little bit because of some of the taxes that are being proposed in California and New York. A bunch of people are moving down to Miami and Florida again, and there's this other narrative of, oh, we're gonna make Miami tech a thing, but it's probably going to go the same way. It's just going to be like these things where everyone's kind of pretending to do stuff. I think it doesn't have to be that way. What I wrote in my article was it's actually very simple. If we really want to make Miami tech an actual thing, it's definitely possible. We don't need like 1,000 companies here. We just need like 5 great founders here, and like start small and like build. You have to build like in the beginning of anything like this. You have to do it with people that don't necessarily even need it. I think right now, a lot of the events are trying to cater towards people that are earlier in their career, or people trying to get something out of it. And we want to be able to do that eventually. But when we don't have anything, we usually can't serve that audience well. So yeah, I think there's some great founders that I know here. We're all very focused on our businesses, so we don't have time to do this community thing. But if someone is particularly motivated, I think they can make it happen. It just can't look like copying San Francisco, because San Francisco is like much later stage in that whole process.
Yeah, I know that was one of your tips. Don't copy San Francisco.
Yeah.
What else can be done besides not copying San Francisco?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I think another thing I said is just being really honest with ourselves. I think another thing that we try with every single one of these waves, there's way too much fake it till you make it. I like fake it till you make it. I like that concept, and you have to do it. But it's done in a way where it's so obvious to everyone that you're faking, where we'll have like one little thing that like is kind of interesting, and everyone will blow it up like it's the biggest thing ever, or like told you guys, like Miami Tech is definitely a thing, and everyone is just looking at it being like, we're actually just broadcasting that's not a thing because we're trying so hard to get people to believe it.
Yeah.
So yeah, these are just like little like marketing / PR / perception things, but I do think it is necessary to get those things right for any of that for the perception to actually change. We have plenty of retired billionaire. Retired is an exaggeration, but people that are billionaires that have built their company and then that are moving here for like the later part of their life. That doesn't really mean much. Like, of course, there's tons of software engineers that are here, but every company in the world hires software engineers. It doesn't matter what field you're in. If you're an oil company, you hire software engineers. If you're a marketing company, you hire software engineers. For a place to actually be considered, oh, there's tech there, it means that there's companies and people there that are influencing the rest of the space. Miami Cloud does not have that at all. The way we build software, who we look at to learn how to do it, who influences us, it's all still coming from San Francisco. And we can't claim anything is happening here until that changes at least a little.
Yeah. What were some of the responses on Twitter? I feel like it was a much bigger debate than I would think from.
Yeah, it's funny because I wrote it thinking like, oh, no one will care because my audience is like, my audience on X is like the whole world. I'm like, there's some people in Miami that follow me. I'm like writing it for like my Miami community. But it like went much broader than that. I think the two responses were, there's a bunch of people being like, yeah, Miami sucks, it's never going to happen. Which is like kind of a not related point. Like I was saying, I was agreeing, like it hasn't happened yet. And here's some things that we could do to maybe make it a little more of a thing. There's a few responses saying, no, it is a thing. It's already working, kind of refuting that, which makes sense. I get why people feel that way. And there was a funny one where there were a few people that were like, yeah, I tried moving to Miami and I had like a horrible experience and I left. And then there was like a bunch of arguments that were happening there. But again, like I don't like care. Pretty much, I don't care about all three of those responses. I just wrote it for the people that are trying to do stuff here.
Yeah.
If you're gonna spend time and energy on it, here's some guidelines to help you kind of get the most out of it. But yeah, I mean, I might be wrong, but that's kind of how I saw things.
Yeah. For someone who's listening and they're maybe thinking of moving to Miami, like tell me some of the benefits.
Okay, so
especially moving from San Francisco to Miami.
Yeah, I'll explain why I like it here. Me and Liz like kind of went through this yesterday. That's actually why I wrote the article. Like me and her had a conversation about this whole dynamic, and she like pointed out a few things. So it's what I like about Miami is that it is weird. You don't think about it in this way because everyone thinks Miami, South Beach, clubs, nightlife, but it's extremely family friendly. Everyone I know here has kids. The neighborhood I live in, super safe. I have a house with a yard. I can walk to the downtown, get food, tons of kids everywhere. It's for people that are like not in that super early stage in their life.
Man, I was waiting for, man, I should have skipped it, guys. Sorry guys. Let's fast forward to the origin code. He was getting warmed up for a good 10 minutes.
People always laugh at when they hear that because there's like no one's ever heard of that. Like no one's heard of a company that just has kept the same investors in the same company, like just trying it.
How did this happen?
Yeah, I mean, like, so I became so I wasn't one of the original founders. I became a co-founder later. So I joined 5 years ago, but the company's been around for 16 years, and it's just been this like long, very long slog of like taking swings, and every swing like kind of works better than your previous swing, but not as good, but not good enough to actually be the thing. And just kind of like infinite patience on continue to keep trying, finding ways to stay alive. So when we saw Claude Code come out, that was the first time anyone on our team really adopted AI tooling. Like we tried all the stuff that was coming out before then. We tried Cursor, nothing stuck. We didn't really like any of it. We were kind of unsure about AI coding in general. But Claude Code came out and we were like, oh, this is like, we get it. This helped us get it. It really stuck. Like it's the first tool that our team adopted. And we were like, okay, now that we understand this space, is there something we can do given our experience? So Claude Code is obviously very tied to Anthropic, is closed source. Our expertise is doing open source and also doing stuff with like, has a long tail, how we refer to it. But in long tail in this case means supporting every single LLM, supporting every single inference provider. So like it's super difficult, tedious task. something that open source does really well. So weirdly, we're kind of looking at Claude Code being, we really like this. There's another form of product that can exist that we felt like we were so uniquely positioned to do, because we've been doing open source for a while. We knew how to bootstrap an open source community overnight. It
Trust me, bro, the payoff is long tail.
really felt like,
I mean, it took the Bun team 10 years to sell to Anthropic. So now they're all billionaires.
very soon after we started working at it, it really felt like, oh, this is the thing we were meant to do. There's really nobody else out there that has a better shot of taking a swing like this. And it's like it's so rare to find yourself in that situation. And again, it took 16 years to find it.
Yeah. So I want to talk more about OpenCode and specifically, like, why did you decide to
Oh, okay. Everyone says.
make it open source? You talked a little bit about your expertise, but I want to talk more about that.
Yeah. So I think there's like, there's a few different reasons. So the first one is mentioned, for a coding agent that can work with anything, you need just a ton of help. You can't in-house a team that can actually build this, because every single week there's an issue like, hey, in Azure, in the Australian data center, they actually require this extra parameter to be set. Otherwise, LLM prompt caching doesn't work properly. That is not a situation that our very small team, is going to find, be able to debug, reproduce, and fix. That is the type of thing that a contributor will find, reproduce, and fix. Someone that's actually using OpenCode in that environment. So to build something that can kind of like get into every little crevice of the world, it almost always has to be open source, so you can kind of get the help from the community for those things. That's one reason. The second reason, this is kind of a first principle for me, I don't believe that the tools we use to build software remain closed source long term. I think there's plenty of room for proprietary options. We have like a lot of history of that, right? We have proprietary editors. JetBrains is massively popular. People love JetBrains. They make a great product. I don't think it's open source. I think you guys pay for it. And there's a great market, massive company that's serving that. But 70% of the market is owned by open source editors. So if you look at every component of tech, databases used to be proprietary, now mostly open source. Still proprietary options, but mostly open source. Every single tool you run locally on your computer to do dev work, the default is an open source option. So when it came to coding agents, and if we're saying that, the future of software development involves coding agents, the bulk of that should be an open source option. So I felt like a really good position to have. And we're looking around and we're like, why is no one taking this position yet? There's so many coding agent companies that are doing this, but nobody's taking this like obviously valuable real estate. So we just kind of like stepped in there. And the first couple of months, we were like, the only thing we need to make sure is we're identified as the open source option. And that's kind of all we were focused on. So we can kind of claim that territory.
Yeah. So you were saying historically, most dev tools end up open source.
Yeah.
Like the default option. Can you talk a little bit more about that?
Yeah. And I think people, especially people that are a bit younger, maybe don't even remember this. But when I first started in tech, I was on a Microsoft stack. I built using .NET. And these are things that aren't open source, or like I say, weren't. And you have to pay for them. Like you have to pay for your editor. You have to pay for a license to deploy these things. And a lot of the market used them. That was like a huge thing. And it was not uncommon for someone to start programming to learn on these proprietary things. If you go back even before then, people probably would find this crazy, but compilers used to be proprietary. You had to pay for a thing to compile your code, or the proprietary compilers. Database is another example. There's a time where if you wanted to build a product into a database, you had to pay Oracle. That was the default option. What happens in these cases that's how it starts, because you need a commercial effort to even conceptualize these concepts and build them. But eventually the customers of these products end up being massively successful, like way more successful than a company that makes a database. So if you think about Oracle, for example, they made the thing to store data in. Everyone needs that. Amazon needed that. Facebook needed that. So these companies became so massive, so much bigger than a company making a database, that they're looking at their bill being like, why are we licensing like millions and millions and millions of dollars to this other company? We're so big that we can afford to just do our own thing just to get out of the situation. So eventually there's incentive for open source efforts to get funded. And if you look at databases, kind of the history of most of them, We've looked at a lot of these like open source tools. That's like roughly the history of them. Eventually, the company making the proprietary thing just can't outcompete the incentive to provide a free option.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another thing about open code being open source is that anyone can kind of jump in and contribute.
Yeah.
So for someone who's just finding out about open code, because so many people are learning more and more about it every day, it seems like what is your advice for someone who wants to jump in and get involved?
Don't contribute. Well, it's funny because I just talked all this stuff about how important our positioning is around like being able to get contributions.
Yeah.
That was it's fine, we're part of the problem. That was that was before the situation where everyone had access to coding agents and could just prompt anything. So us and every open source project is now dealing with tons of PRs being open, like probably.
Yeah, guys, this is why I don't go for the open source, because of this problem. You become so popular, you get tons and tons of PRs just thrown at you by AI agents, by people, issues. It's just infinite issues. And then when they like bring up, when somebody finds some sort of vulnerability, it's just hidden within the stack of, tons of AI agents blocking the thing, guys. Like, especially when the repo has been compromised, like even there's bots that are like hiding the message of people, like trying to report that the repo has been compromised. Yeah, sounds like it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare, right? Like, that's why, like, as much as, open source sounds good, there's just too much things that could happen. You could accidentally leak something. Your AI could leak something. I know Turtle is like, doesn't believe in intellectual property and stuff. But yeah, it's like there's just a ton of headaches.
Probably every couple of minutes. I think we probably get.
And then not everybody donates to the project too, right? Just I've experienced enough Chinese workplaces to know that they just take, reverse engineer, never give back.
A new PR open every couple of minutes.
Yeah, just because you make the code public doesn't mean you have to accept PRs. Yeah, exactly. You could lock it down.
To its open code repo.
Wow.
And it's not very thorough. It's always people that run to an issue, prompt an answer, and the LM tells them it's fixed. They maybe don't even run it. They just open the PR, or the LM opens the PR on their behalf. So we're all like kind of underwater trying to deal with this. So if you do want to be a contributor, you do want to improve open code, please don't just prompt and send. I'm begging you, not just me, that's everyone that's in the open source community, like managing open source
Please stop sending us PRs
Some
by
of them
AI.
have shut down to external contributors now, which is kind of a shame.
Yeah.
That said, despite how crazy it is, there will always be people that find a way to stand up like through the noise. We still have fantastic contributors. We still have people that kind of can see, they kind of pay attention to what our team is doing, where we're spending our time. They kind of see the direction we're going in, and they just figure out ways to be useful, right? Like the thing with open source is you're creating work for yourself. We're not going to product manage for you. We're not going to tell you like, here's what you need to do. You kind of have to pay attention and find a way to deliver something useful for us. And people continue to do that. Like I said, a few PRs open every minute, but every couple of weeks we come across a really, really great contributor. And oftentimes we end up hiring them. I would say probably every single person that we've hired on a team that I didn't know already from previous work has been through our community. So yeah, people find a way to stand out, but it's harder and harder given how much noise there is.
So your first tip for anyone who wants to get involved with open code, don't contribute.
Yeah. You know what the other messed up thing is? Sometimes they contribute using Claude Code. And I'm like, why are you, this is like an insult. This is like an insult to injury, you know? You can give us a slot PR and then you're not gonna even do it with our tool. Like I can see the stupid
Hilarious.
whoever and Claude
Claude commit.
Yeah, and I'm just like, man, I think they're doing this just to hurt us. There was a period of time where people on our team were kind of convinced that our competitors were like sending people to like open PRs to like waste our time. Because yeah, we've gone through a phase where we were a bit more liberal with merging things, and
yeah,
there was constantly break stuff. So
yeah,
we had to become a lot more conservative. And people get so mad at us. They're like, "Oh, you didn't merge my PR. It took you guys 3 months to merge a very basic PR, but I think people don't really understand how difficult it is, especially against serving millions of people. Any small thing that breaks affects so many people that we should be super careful. Yeah.
You talked a little bit about Claude and Anthropic, and you've talked before about how Anthropic has maybe different values than OpenCode that are maybe in conflict. Can you talk a bit more about this?
Yeah, I think the thing that a lot of people think, they think that this is so funny because there's another aspect of the internet. I often come across comments that are summarizing what they think are my views on things. And people think that I like have this crazy extreme view on Anthropic. I think I have a disagreement with them, but I also kind of can respect the place they're coming from. I think they're looking at their work as we're working on something that is very impactful, which is true. And it's going to be, there's potential for misuse for it. There's potential for large negative impact because AI gets developed, and they're very concerned about safety. And their point of view is, okay, given that we feel that way, we need to be very aggressive about how you can use these models, who has access to them. Anyone that is doing any slightly different than what Anthropic strictly wants you to do, they're going to clamp down on. And I'm not saying that's coming from a malicious or shameful place. I think it's coming from a genuine place of we're worried and we're kind of scared about this thing. I think what's in conflict for me is I have values that I think can also be respected, which is this is a very impactful technology. I want to make sure that everybody in the world can have access to it. It needs to be in the hands of as many people as possible. It needs to be in the hands of people that have conflicts with each other. It needs to be in the hands of companies that are flooding each other, because that to me is the only way to guarantee something stable long term. I think almost all stability comes from entities that are like locked in, like they're kind of aggressively locked against each other, and that kind of provides the stability. Having this be in the hands of a few companies or a few entities that dictate the rules around it, I think historically we've seen that it's not something that ever works out.
Yeah.
I don't care who you are. I don't care how big of a person you are. When you have that much power and capability, it always corrupts. It's like every single dictator that ever was looked down historically as a bad person initially had thoughts like this of like, maybe they were even well-intentioned. Maybe they thought that I could be the one that uses power for good. And I don't think that ever really works out. So for me, it's totally in conflict with the safety goal, because I'm willing to accept the fact that I'm going to help LLMs get into the hands of people that want to do bad things. And they're going to probably do bad things with them. I'm accepting that it's a cost we're going to pay, because I think the alternative is actually worse. And so I can respect Anthropic's position.
I'm helping.
I bet if they heard me talk about it in this way, they probably respect my position too. It's actually incompatible. You can't actually have both things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to talk about this a little more, because there's a difference between open source AI is like a general term, and then open weight models and things like that.
Yeah.
So you believe that absolutely like the dev tools should be open source.
Yeah.
For all the reasons you just said.
Mm-hmm.
And then let's talk about like open weight models, because I know that's a big debate. Like, what are your thoughts on this?
Yeah, so I think every stack of it needs to be open source. If this is a thing people use to do work,
so I need to lower the volume because sometimes it's too loud.
Any aspect of it is not great. It's okay for there to be proprietary options. It's great that there's proprietary models that are maybe technically the best. It's great there's proprietary tooling around it, but it can't be a world where it's just only that. We need to also have the like the free version. But when I say free, I don't mean like cost-wise. I mean just like freely accessible. So yeah, I strongly believe in open weight models as well. I think there needs to be, not needs to be, I just think there is just natural incentive in the world to fund open source models, and they'll kind of continue to exist whether people want them or not. Yeah.
You feel like there are natural incentives? I feel like it's just so hard because obviously there's not a great plan or way to monetize open weight models, right?
Yeah. Yeah, so I think a lot of people focus on morality when they talk about
who doesn't want it. Yeah.
I don't like to focus on that. I mean, to be fair, I'll give credit to the morality argument. There's I think a good moral reason to make technology that is fully accessible. But that's never enough to make sure it exists and make sure it like continues to be sustainable. There has to be like real structural reasons for these things to exist. So from my point of view, the reason open weight models will exist is because a world where there's just two companies that you buy models from is not a world that many large companies with lots of money and power want. And countries too, right? Like there's adversarial countries that can't use OpenAI or Anthropic. You know, they're going to do their own thing. There's very large companies in the US that are that don't want to be spending all of their money through like a single vendor, right? There are inference companies like Base 10 that need open source models to exist for their business to selling inference. So I think there's a lot of, just like with any other tech, it's very hard for the pure commercial options to like prevent open source from popping up. So generally, I think that's true. I think there's some nuances with open source, with LLMs and complicate it. Obviously, the monetary like investment to produce these things is really large.
Yeah.
But also the access to the hardware to produce these things is very large.
Yeah.
The access is very limited. So yeah, the big US AI companies plus like the big tech companies are vacuuming up all GPU capacity. They're kind of like spending billions and billions of dollars. The amount of resources.
Yeah, there's demand still surprise you when a big company produces an open model. Yeah, Nemotron was a huge surprise. It was just not that good, but it was still nice to see how well-rounded it was.
Being like available for open source efforts, you know, that might be a thing that that's a limiter. So that is something I'm concerned about. But I think long term there's always an incentive to make it exist. I think when it happens, the order it happens in, how long it takes, that's up for question.
Yeah, I'm concerned about this too because I've kind of heard this, right, the argument of open weights and how they can democratize AI, give everyone access, but then it's like who owns like the compute power is actually who really might be holding the power of AI, right? Not just the weights, but actually who's going to be having all of these data centers.
Yeah, so I think that's an interesting part too, is obviously the hardware you need to train these models, and that's, you know, you can't have an open source model unless someone makes that investment. The inference side, I think, is actually the fun part because it really showcases why open source is very good. When someone produces an open source model,
you like that, or launch a lab just for open model standard, feels like a dream. Yeah.
Anyone can host it. There can be like 100 companies competing to host that model. You're not forced to buy it from any single person. You need that to exist to drive costs down. Inference costs are crazy. The margins on doing inference are also really crazy. Like OpenAI and Anthropic make a lot of margin when they sell you a token. For that to ever go down, there needs to be like this rich ecosystem of companies competing against each other. So yeah, there's like again, even here, because the GPUs are so limited, hardware is so limited, it might be possible in the short term, these smaller inference players struggle. I hope that's not the case. We depend on them a lot. They need to exist and thrive and compete with each other for prices to go down. And price going down is very important.
So they would struggle because of that competition you're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I shared this thing the other day where like Google, Amazon, all the big hyperscalers, these are companies that like no company in the world makes as much money as them. Like these companies have so much cash that they can direct to anything. They're directing all of it to buying and setting up inference infrastructure. So it's very hard. It's like, yeah, you can go raise, like if you're a very impressive company, raising $1 billion is a crazy number to raise. These companies have tens and tens of billions of dollars to spend every year, so it's very hard to try to get in there and do inference at the same scale.
Yeah, I want to talk more about this tweet. I saw hundreds of people replying to this. Can you explain a little bit about like what's going on in this tweet? Like quick refresher.
Yeah, so basically we've been hearing from our partners, from people we work with, just people we know in the industry, that there is a massive crunch on not just GPUs, but like the whole stack of stuff that is needed to deploy inference capability. Everything from like the physical hardware to the labor to deploy it. There's a crunch, and because people, it's one of these things where it kind of manifests itself.
Sorry. Hyperscalers are now spending 94% of their operating cash flows on AI infrastructure. Amazon projected to go negative free cash flow this year with as much as $28 billion in the red. Alphabet's free cash flow is expected to collapse 90% from $73 billion to $8 billion. These companies used to be the greatest cash machines ever built. Now they're borrowing money to keep the data center lights on. The Big Five raised 121 billion in bonds in 2025 alone. Morgan Stanley projects 1.5 trillion in tech debt over the coming years. For the first time in history, hyperscalers hold more debt than cash. Perhaps this is why PE ratio slumped from mid-30s to mid-20s. Okay.
There's a crunch, and because people, it's one of these things where it kind of manifests itself. Now everyone's like freaked out. Everyone's hoarding. Everyone's trying to get as much as they can, which makes the situation even worse. So we're hearing about this, and we're like trying to dig into it. Is it overblown? Is it real? Every single person we talk to is in this hoarding mode, and they're like, it's probably good to secure capacity because we don't even know if it's going to be available in 6 months. So we're starting looking more into it because as a business, how do we prepare? If token prices double because of this, that's not a good thing for us, not a good thing for our users. What can we do to get ahead of that? And in that process, we kind of came across just details on how much money these big tech companies are spending on all this. I think there's an estimate that debt-wise is probably going to be 1.5 trillion borrowed to invest in building out this infrastructure over the next, 5 years, whatever it is. It's getting to the point where like, yeah, the GPUs are scarce, but it's even hard to get money, right? If you're an inference provider and you want to do a build out, you might even have a customer. You might have a customer saying, I want to give you guys $100 million. You need to borrow money to go do that build out. It's even getting hard to borrow that money, even saying you have a customer. So yeah, everything is like really I never seen anything like this in my career. Like this is a really unique thing. So I'm going to do it for the first time.
So how does a business prepare if token cost is going to double in so-and-so months?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not saying they will. I'm not saying that maybe they'll just stay flat. Maybe they won't go down like we want them to.
I mean, how are they going to make money, guys? How are they going to make money? They got to double the cost. They've been deep in the hole, several $1 billion now.
Maybe they'll go up. I don't know, to be honest. We're trying to figure that out right now. I think we're trying to like overbuy currently. So we're trying to build up more capacity than we strictly need. So we can scale to whatever we need 6 months down the road.
Okay.
I'm hoping this might not be true, but the other thing that I said was I have seen shortages in my lifetime, never in our industry. They kind of all go this way where if you remember, like during COVID, everyone started hoarding toilet paper and like stuff.
Oh man, do you remember that, guys? The toilet paper? They sold Skynet to the government to wipe their debt. That's true. Man, the toilet paper scenario was crazy, guys. Like, I actually see it happening. Like, no toilet paper to buy? I mean, like, what the hell's going on?
We were like just paper towels and stuff.
Yeah.
And there was this period of time where it felt like...
It had to be a troll. It had to be a troll. Like, toilet paper out of all things, guys.
Oh, we have a crazy shortage of all this stuff. And I feel like it was going to be bad. But then all of a sudden, things kicked into gear and we had like an oversupply of all that stuff because, it wasn't actually used as much as we expected. So typically, shortages are followed by gluts. It's like a well-studied phenomenon that we can look at historically. It happened just because the whole world mobilizes to take advantage of serving the shortage. That said, producing paper towels or producing wheat, it's a lot simpler than producing a GPU, which is like very complex, many different countries involved, many different resources involved, politics involved. So I don't know if it'll have that same exact outcome, but I'm hoping it does. But yeah, it might be different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
This leads into something else I'm really curious about. I feel like as a founder, you kind of have to make bets on where things are going.
Yeah.
But how do you do that when things are moving this fast?
Yeah, I think for a lot of, the GPU thing aside, I think generally when I find that, I complain about this all the time. I open my Twitter feed, every single post, prediction. Everyone's just predicting 6 months down the road, 1 month down the road. It's going to be like this, it's going to be like that, it's going to be like that. And I get why people feel that way because we're in a phase of great change. So you are trying to really like see if you can think many, many months out. It is so hard to do a prediction because typically a good prediction involves getting not just one assumption right. It's like stacking six assumptions correctly on top of each other and having each one of them be right at the right time. So most of the predictions you see are like wildly wrong because it's just innately very, very difficult. I think as a company, we don't try to do predictions. Like we don't try to like really orient ourselves around this is going to be the outcome, or this is the future scenario that we're going to live in. We try to look at, because we talk in terms of territory, what is a useful territory to occupy. And in that territory, we try to provide some value every single day. Like, how can I help someone today? What's something we can ship today that helps people, and kind of take it a day at a time. I don't know where things are going to be 6 months down the road. If you asked me where we are today, 6 months ago, I would have not known that. I didn't even think we're going to be in the inference business. I didn't think we're going to be thinking about GPUs. I don't know about any of this. But, here we are. I don't know where we're going to be 6 months down the road. But, yeah, we try to stay grounded. And we have a lot of people that are telling us what we should be doing because they're trying to use our product and they're complaining. So we can just listen to them and fix our issues.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I want to talk more about inference, but before, I want to go back to what you were saying earlier about AI and access.
Mm-hmm.
Some people make the argument that AI should actually be in the hands of a few, like open weight models, for example, because it's growing increasingly powerful, right? Like they liken it to a weapon now. And I'm curious your thoughts on that.
Yeah. So if you liken it to a weapon, here's a little PR advice for everyone working in AI. Stop likening it to a weapon. Because every time you do this, okay, think about you as a normal person that's not in tech. And then a bunch of nerds in SF are like, we have a weapon. It's like a nuke. They're going to come to your house and cut your head off. Like, that's what's going to happen. So, like, it's a bad PR move to say we're putting nuclear weapons.
It is a bad PR move.
You attract a lot of negativity. You attract a lot of government scrutiny. Like,
yeah.
it's not a good way to position things. I also don't think it's
scaremongering, fear-mongering. Yeah, like, it's a marketing tactic. Yeah.
It's true. I think AI is going to be really powerful. I think it's going to be really useful. And it's going to impact a lot of parts of the world. I think there's a little bit of wanting to feel like you're working on a Manhattan Project by people in the space. So it's a little overstated, I think. So, yeah, on one hand, I'm like, it is overstated. On the other hand, if it is true, it definitely should not be in the hands of a few. Like I said earlier, it's
yeah, there's the researchers convincing themselves. Yeah.
As much
like the thing is, there's literally no threat other than cancer, right? No one there. We're in no war or anything like that right now. Knock on wood. But yeah, they're fear mongering like that wasn't a good idea.
As you want to believe that you have good morality, you have good judgment, you can make the right call in these situations that are difficult. It is very, very hard. The right thing only happens at scale. It's very hard to rely on one person to always be making the right decision for the whole world for decades and decades and decades. You really need chaos and competition and diversity. And again, this is also a very old concept. It's people want stability, and they think stability looks like this. But typically, when you have a really flat stability, it's punctuated by crazy moments of like earth-shattering chaos, and it goes back to stability. That's not what real stability looks like. What real stability looks like is constant chaos like this. That's like always a little uncomfortable, but never like turning into someone dropping a nuke, right? And if you look like, if you do want to make the nuclear weapon comparison, that kind of is what the world looks like post-nuclear weapons. A lot of countries have them. Not all of them we would consider are good actors, but it's so far creating this weird stability in the world that we really haven't seen before, because it's this constant tension that nobody feels happy with, but nobody can actually make the big move. So I think I would definitely encourage people working in this space to kind of look at just these like fundamental dynamics about just like chaos and like what actually provides stability. It's not this rosy thing that you'd imagine. Stability actually really looks pretty messy most of the time.
Yeah, I hadn't thought about that. It's interesting. Yeah, I like that.
By the way, this is like these aren't my ideas. These are like the most cliche ideas that everyone that's trying to get into reading, these are the first topics they pick up.
Those are my questions for you. I'm like, there you go.
It's like, I want to be an intellectual. I'm going to read Nassim Taleb. I'm going to read The Black Swan. I'm going to read Skin in the Game. I did all that 10 years ago. And I went through that whole phase. But, the ideas in it are true. And, these are the things that like he documents these dynamics really well. He goes over historical examples, and I can just kind of see that playing out again
Yeah. And then it seems like people are talking more and more about open weight models and like the everyone versus a few debate.
Yeah. The open weight model thing is interesting because I feel such like a weird inversion with them. Because right now, China, the country that we would think of as very closed or very repressive or very like top down, they're the only ones really releasing open weight models. And there's like I said, with all this, I don't want to make it about morality. I think the world can be a great place, even with everyone operating selfishly. I think if you structure incentives correctly, or if you structure systems correctly, everyone can be selfish and still do good. That's kind of what's happening with the Chinese open weight models. They're not doing it to be like, here's a gift for the world. They're doing it because they're behind. OpenAI and Anthropic are ahead. And for them to actually even get noticed, they have to do things that are open weight. It's like the only angle of attack, try to commoditize what the American companies are doing. So I'm not like complimenting them on their morality. I'm saying it is weird that a country that we had the perception of being very closed off is doing this open source thing that is allowing for even companies in the US to flourish. You know, it helps us flourish, helps your company flourish. You know, the open source models coming from China are very important. There's US labs now working on them too, which is great. So yeah, I think it's weird that it's coming from, it feels inverted. It feels weird that the US is so closed off and we're all like depending on China, which it's just like a weird dissonance, I think, for everyone.
It does seem like there's going to be more and more good open weight models coming out of America or like different countries like Mistral and things like that, though.
Yeah, I think the US was a little delayed because, again, this all comes back to, can you convince funding to show up for these things?
Away.
I think US funding didn't understand the model for the business model for these open source models. I think China doing it anyway, now there's like a thing to point to, like, hey, like, you know, here's how their company works. You can kind of see how it works. And I think the funding for US open source models showed up. Again, nothing like the scale that Anthropic or OpenAI have, but, you know, something's better than nothing. And what's also interesting is I think there is a world where some great innovation happens because these companies have less money. And we've already seen that with some of the Chinese open source models. Like, they've done really impressive things to train models with less money, less compute. So that pressure is going to be interesting. So yeah, we'll see. Like I said, the incentives are there. It's a very delicate situation right now, but so far they're being produced. And the open source models are great. Like, they work really well. They're very close to the closed source ones. And I think even if you're a big fan and you're only ever going to use one of the closed source ones, it's totally fine. Like I said, there's definitely space for that. Even if that's the case, you should still kind of want there to be the open source option because it just creates a healthier ecosystem.
Yeah. I was reading that open models used to be something like 18 months behind, and now it's something like 3 months. And so the gap is narrowing. And I'm curious, like, where do you think that's going in the future with this gap between open and closed models?
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely the feeling that I have too. And it's weird. It feels like years have passed, but I've only been looking at space for less than a year. But when I was first starting looking at space, it felt like there'd be a period of time where...
Is she saying that 3 months behind? Is that what she said? I think that was the common trend on X, that or somebody was saying it was 3 months behind closed source. Yeah. No, I've been hearing that. It's weird. I know it's weird, but it used to be 18. Now we're like 12. No, I think I think I've seen it on X somewhere, 3 months away, somebody saying it. Oh, let me see here. Where is it online that we're 3 months, open source models are 3 months away from frontier models? Yeah, it was equivalent to Opus. Yeah. I think it says, let's see. I think there was like some X posts or some YouTube somewhere or Reddit. It's a research by Epoch AI. Never heard. Hacker News. Epoch. Reddit. There's intense debate. YouTube. Truth about. Yeah, I've only seen it once on the internet. It's slowly spread.
Anthropic or OpenAI would drop a model.
Yeah, I'm skeptical.
Just be totally dominant for 6 months. And the moment the open source models put something close, like a new version would come out and they did a kind of continue to stay ahead. The first couple of months of this year, though, have been interesting because a bunch of open source models came out, and then like the US labs had their like drops also like within the same time.
Yeah, we're close, but we're not there yet.
Frame, and they all still seem pretty close. So it feels like that like TikTok thing that's happening is like very, very, very close now. I'm definitely not saying the open source models are better. I still very much think Anthropic's models and OpenAI's models are the best. But man, is it easy not to use them these days. Like I use open source models all the time, and I don't miss the closed source ones that much. And that wasn't the case until like February.
So OpenCode, you guys kind of made a bet on people switching between models and wanting to freely switch between them. But can you talk about this and why you kind of focused on this?
Yeah, so this was kind of one of the reasons why we thought tooling that was model agnostic could be interesting, because we saw that this is a very competitive space. Anytime Anthropic puts out a model, OpenAI has to respond, and Anthropic has to respond. And there's just going to be this constant battle of who has the best model, or even like models that do better in certain use cases. Of course, all the other models as well. Given this amount of chaos, I was like, I don't want to switch my whole tooling stack every single time I want to try to use another model, which is kind of why we did OpenCode. Because I'm like, everything about it changes.
It's hype. Same people are saying Quen is Opus tier claiming we're 3 months behind. Yeah.
It's stay static. The only thing that changes is the model that I'm selecting. So for us, the more competition there is, the more back and forth there is, the better it is for us. Because I think people kind of get sick of using Claude Code one week and developing their workflows around that, then being like, oh, I heard Codex is a lot better, and then you're starting from scratch when you switch over to the Codex tooling. Not everyone cares, but for the people that do, we have that option.
Yeah. So it's some people caring and switching, and then others just kind of like staying on one model in OpenCode.
Yeah, I think a lot of people, not just OpenCode, I think a lot of people just pick their tools and stay put, and that's again totally fine. There's nothing wrong with that, but for a lot of people, they do want to try the newest thing. It's very easy when a new model drops to boot up OpenCode and just try it. You might not like it, you might go back to another model, but at least you got a chance to try it. The other thing is, I don't use just a single, no matter what the model is, my day-to-day is not just using a single model. I usually flip between two. I use one for most of my tasks and a different one when I'm trying to bet on like longer tasks or more asynchronous work or bigger tasks. I'm going to like kind of background. Different models make sense for different use cases. So that's for me why personally I couldn't just use, a single tool.
That makes sense. Yeah. Let's talk a little bit more about inference. I think we've kind of talked about it before, but I want to hear your thoughts on choosing an inference provider.
Yeah, I think this is kind of why going into building OpenCode, I didn't think we were going to be doing so much with inference, because in my head I was like, oh yeah, if you want to use Kimmy K, whatever, go pick any inference provider and use it. And the first couple months of OpenCode, we had so many angry issues being like, fuck you, your tool sucks. It doesn't work. And we go into it, and it would be because they pick some random
Yeah, it sounds like my experience with SigmaShake.
Inference provider that doesn't really serve up the model correctly, and to the end user, they don't know that it's the inference provider is a problem. Because they had the same perception I did. It's just hosting a model. Like, how can there be variability? But there is a lot of variability. So people kept having bad experiences, and they would blame us for it. So we're like, okay, I guess we need to do the work of finding good inference providers and just picking them for people, and like having a single place where they can just choose a model and we'll make sure it's routed to a good provider. And we've learned a lot about the space. We're not experts in doing inference at all. We rely on our partners to do that. But we've learned a lot in terms of how difficult it is. When a new model comes out, you don't just like download it and like throw it on your hardware. There's a bunch of tuning you can do. There's a bunch of work with the model maker, with NVIDIA, to kind of get everything working correctly. There's different optimizations you can make depending on the workload. Coding workloads look so different than other kinds of workloads. So there's like dedicated smart people that just spend all their time focused on that. So yeah, for us, it's just trying to find those people, communicating to them what we care about, giving them feedback on when things don't go right, and kind of developing like a quality product.
Yeah. Obviously, like your uptime, inference is so important. How do you choose an inference provider? Like, what's the most important thing when you're looking for one?
Yeah, I think for us, number one thing is that the model is not lobotomized. Like a lot of these, when you go to try some of these weirder inference providers, the model will just be stupid, which is really bizarre. It's a really bizarre experience. It's like the model acts dumb, but it's really because it's not deployed right. So that's obviously number one. Have to be deployed correctly. Two is speed. Speed is like a very interesting thing, especially for coding agents. When you're using a slow model, you kind of get used to it. Then when you use a fast model, it's like feels like a totally different thing. It's like addicting to use fast models. So we really appreciate inference providers that can offer us speed. There's just like an innate like cost and speed trade-off where if you want to make it cheap, you kind of have to make it slower. So you kind of just get a delicate balance. And of course, uptime's big, but uptime we're a little bit forgiving on because we'll have multiple providers for every model. And it's a new space. Like it's a new space. Everyone's figuring out how to do inference for the first time. This isn't going to be the level of uptime we expect from like compute, which the cloud compute has been a thing for like decades now. It's way more stable than inference.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, I want to read a couple of your inference tweets to you. Are you ready?
Okay.
Okay, so you had one, you said, strongly believe open models will eventually become majority of inference. Doesn't mean proprietary ones disappear, but if I take a step back and think about incentives, they exist.
Yeah.
Can you explain a little bit what you meant here?
Yeah, so I think there's one perspective where people think most of the market will always want the smartest option and will pay for the smartest option. It's not completely wrong. I think that the rough thinking behind that makes sense, but as the gaps between the smartest option and the second smartest option shrink, and as willingness to spend on AI, like right now, we're in a phase where every company is like, we have to be AI first, like spend whatever you need on AI. We're starting to see people being like, hey, we're spending like $1 million a month on coding agents. This is crazy. Like, we got to optimize this. So at some point, there's going to be some reckoning where, yeah, there's not going to be unlimited budgets for this thing. Maybe the second best model is good enough, given it's 10 times cheaper. Maybe not. And this is also a funny thing. Like, one of our customers, their CTO was telling us, because they're using OpenCode not just with their coding,
Man, I'm
not
super
just with their
powered up.
engineers, their marketing team is also using it. And they're like, for the things our marketing team is using, the things that our marketing team is doing, they don't need Opus. Like they just keep picking Opus, they're picking ultra high thinking and spending a crap ton of money. They're like, we want to give them like cheaper models that are close to as smart or good enough for them. So I think there's going to be a bunch of spend optimization at one point. I don't think there's just infinite desire of like, we need to have the smartest model at all times or otherwise we're not going to be competitive. I think that's like a false narrative right now. So yeah, I think there's like a lot of incentives to make your cost effective. You always want to do that. So yeah, I think open source is going to be a big part of it. I think it's going to be a long time before it's a majority. And even it being a majority is kind of a bet. But if you look at other markets, the open source, messy, crazy, chaotic part of the world ends up being the majority. I mean, iOS, Android's a perfect example. You know, Apple invented this concept. They're the ones that made it super big. They're iconic. Everybody knows what an iPhone is. Everybody has an iPhone. Yet the majority of the market is Android. It's like very counterintuitive, right? So wouldn't be surprising if models went the same way.
Okay.
Yeah.
This question might be too vague, but we have this like huge demand for inference, open models, all these things happening. Then we have this shortage, and I know you're pretty careful about trying to predict the future, but what do you think might happen?
Yeah, I mean, there's some scenarios. So we had one of our investors, he had like this interesting way of framing it, which